your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Tuesday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we are in the depths. Okay, we are in the depths of August. Even though I know I joke about this all the time, August, literally, I blinked and it's the 19th. Does anybody else feel like they blinked and August is essentially over? I don't know how that happened, but that is where we are now. And it's also over. Okay, it's also over. I want to thank everyone who participated in not spoiling the Carmichael Dave doesn't know that Allen is going to be leaving in what first it was months, now it's a couple weeks, as baby number 2 is due September 3rd. Hopefully she arrives, I would say, a little earlier than that, if not on the same day. We don't want to wait another week, but it's over now. We did our jobs. Dave was very upset he didn't know. It would have been great. It would have been great if I just disappeared, because then I wouldn't have even known what Dave said or how upset he was. But we got pretty close. So I am proud of everyone for getting that close. And to the texter that ruined it, well, hey, I guess somebody was going to blow it. I just thought that it was going to be me, right? Me talking about it as Dave is driving home, talking about it too early. Somebody in sales. Honestly, that was my bet. It was going to be somebody in sales.
No, I knew it was going to be a listener.
Yeah.
But if we had made it this far, I thought we were going to make it to the finish line.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been literally like 3 months, if not longer.
People coming up to me at Sutter Health Park. Hey, does Dave know yet that listened to the show? And nope, he didn't know. All right, cool. We're doing a good job. Yes, most of you, 99.999% of you did a good job. We got pretty close, man. We got pretty close. Speaking of Sutter Health Park, I will be out there at Sutter Health Park today for some, yes, that's right, for some River Cats action, because the A's are out there in Minnesota. And because the A's are out there in Minnesota, obviously Sutter Health Park belongs to its real team today. And that is the River Cats. Okay. So speaking of the A's, Eric Martins will join us at 11 o'clock. We have Eric Martins, third base coach for the A's, at 11 o'clock. And we also have Dalton Johnson, who covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. He's coming up at 11:30, and he just wrote an outstanding piece on Steph Curry that we are going to ask him about. And of course, we are going to talk. I'm not saying the word. So the person that was listening yesterday, we had a texter, I believe was it Ted from El Dorado Hills? Ted said he has a bet that happens with his friends. And I'm kind of spoiling the bet, because Ted says the bet is how long does it take into, as soon as he turns on the show, for me to say the name of that 22-year-old wing in Golden State that is having contract issues.
Kaminga.
I didn't say it. So we're trying to see how long we can go without saying those. Clearly Kyle isn't, because he just said it, but we're trying to see how far I can go without saying it. So Ted, I don't know if it counts if we're talking about that person, even if I don't say the name, but we are going to talk to Dalton Johnson about that person at 11:30. We also are going to go a little bit deeper on Malik Monk and the six-man conversation. We have broken down how the minutes have been dispersed for Malik Monk throughout the 8,000 different versions of the Sacramento Kings that he's played on, and whether or not he will get as many minutes as he's gotten in the past. Also, we will discuss a connection that Malik Monk has had in the past to a certain Eastern Conference team, and because of some news that came out yesterday, will that connection be rehashed? Okay, this is a team that has a connection to Scott Perry, or one of the players do. One of their big money players has a connection to Scott Perry, and this team has also had a connection to Malik Monk in the past. Now, based on who they recently hired, will that connection continue on, or should I say be rehashed and reopened? So that's coming up at 10:30. Like I said, we got Eric Martins coming up at 11. We're going to take a look at the NBA free agents left. I feel like we haven't done that in a while. And there's a name that I'm still trying to double check that this guy doesn't have a job, but there are some names out there that it's kind of random, and I'm just confused as if whether or not they're going to have to go to China, or if they're going to have to go to overseas, or what is happening with some of the names that are left on the free agent list. And by the way, I don't know who said this stuff was okay, because everybody blames Elon and Twitter, but it's not just X, right? It happens everywhere. I fire up Facebook, as I do, I don't know, a couple times a week. I fire up Facebook, and I'm a part of a bunch of Kings groups. I joined them when I got the job. You know, I just wanted to meet some people. Hey, I'm doing this show now. And there's legitimately, I don't know, it's one of these random accounts, Basketball Forever. And it was posted about 2 days ago. And they just said, breaking, Russell Westbrook has signed to some overseas team. They just legitimately made it up. So, of course, my idiot self, even though I'm assuming I would have heard about this somewhere else, I go to double check, and I'm thinking, who was just sitting? Is that the same person? The same person that spoiled the baby surprise for Dave? Is that the same type of person that just makes up report? I'm not even talking about, hey, so-and-so could be interested. I'm not even talking about that. It literally said, and some of you listening are probably a part of this Facebook group for the Kings on Facebook. It literally just said, Russell Westbrook has signed to this overseas team. Just legitimately made it up. I don't know why. I don't know what possesses people. I don't know how you get paid on Facebook. I don't know if they're getting paid for clicks on Facebook. I understand on X how you get paid. You get the Elon bucks. But it's just bizarre. Just bizarre behavior. Okay? So Russell Westbrook, who is still a free agent, mind you, that's another name that we will discuss. But I want to talk about other names, because we know Russell Westbrook is available. We know all too well the Warriors continue to act very unserious with that contract situation with the 22-year-old wing, who will remain nameless. And Joe Lacob, Ramona Shelburne has a report and says something on NBA Today that Joe Lacob has said, hey, last name that starts with K, hey, JK, we want you here for a very long time. Well, last time I checked, Joe, it's your money. What are we talking about? So let me get this straight. He wants a 3-year deal. It's your money. You're telling him we want you here for a long time, but you're not hitting the red button, just saying, guys, just give him an extra year. What are we talking about? And just while Steph is in China right now doing his tour, trying to power through all this drama, is ridiculous. Speaking of drama, how about Ramos Gate? Okay, Ramos Gate could actually mean a couple different things, talking about Elliot Ramos on the Giants. So Elliot Ramos speaks with Scott Ostler of the San Francisco Chronicle, and basically he says, well, not basically, the quote was, fans don't know anything, right? Now, he says all this as a way to defend Bob Melvin, who has been under a lot of scrutiny, but I'm sorry, Elliot Ramos, it's just not the time for it. When we're bringing up 1901, when we're bringing up the Theodore Roosevelt administration, when we're bringing up William McKinley, who was assassinated before Theodore Roosevelt took over, when we're bringing up the first year or the year the assembly line was created, when we're bringing up 1901 and the New York Giants, that's the reference as to how bad you've been. That stuff hasn't happened since 1901. You just got to take it on the chin. You just got to wear it. You are and I get it. It's only his second year being an everyday starter. I understand. You just got to wear it, brother. You just got to wear it. Bob's got to wear it. He understands the system. He's a big boy. He'll be okay. You do not need to defend Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin is not going to keep his job or get fired because the fans are not being are not being nice. And by the way, those fans out there, while you were doing stuff we haven't seen since the Theodore Roosevelt administration, they were packing out the house 35,000 a game. You look around Major League Baseball, that stuff isn't happening. Okay, even good teams are not getting those types of numbers. So Elliot Ramos, I don't think you meant to roast the fans the way you did. You were just trying to defend your guy. You got to let him wear it. When you are that bad, when you legitimately say, no, thank you, we would no longer like to be a part of the wild card conversation. When you are that bad, you can't defend anybody, right? Unless it's outside the lines and people are taking shots at your personal, your family, anything completely out of bounds. If it's within the bounds of baseball, you just got to wear it, right? They are showing up night in, night out to watch you lose. And the other part of Ramos Gate is there was a home run called back from Xander Bogaerts. It barely grazed the arm of, I believe, a Padres. There were a lot of Giants fans out there, but I believe it was a Padres fan. It grazed off of his arm. And Elliot Ramos, it was in his glove for a hot second either way. They deemed it fan interference, and everything went right for the Giants. Yesterday, the Padres manager got kicked out. Ramos, after all that talk from the SF Chronicle, he hits a leadoff home run, which he hadn't done since July when the Giants were playing the A's. So he hits a leadoff home run. Devers follows it up with a back-to-back. Then Wilmer Flores also hits a home run in the third home run in the first inning. And all of that happens. They score again on a double, and they do absolutely nothing the rest of the game. They end up milking that 4-run lead throughout the whole game and winning the ball game. Robbie Ray, Casey Schmidt threw a ball that probably hasn't landed yet. He just smoked it into the universe. It felt like into the stands, and the Padres end up making it 4-3. But the Giants do squeak out a W against their foes from San Diego. Kyle, I saw this yesterday, and I know, look, eventually we'll get over the Oracle Park thing. Rafi Devers, he hit that ball to right center. That was a home run last night and would have been a home run in 29 of 30 ballparks. You know where it wouldn't have been a home run?
I'm going to guess Oracle Park, Allen.
That is the one ballpark it would not have been a home run. And funny enough, the Giants won by 1 run. The Giants won by 1 run. You had a run being taken away from the fan interference, and Rafi Devers, that's a double, possibly a flyout at Oracle Park.
You know what's funny about that is baseball has pitchers parks and hitters parks, and I get that stuff. Do you know how crazy it is that Oracle Park is the most pitchers ballpark in baseball, and like it's not even close?
No.
What is second? At some point, look, I'm with you on this. The fun quarter in the outfield and right center is great. You got to just move in the fence.
You have to.
It's time.
And they did. I mean, what was that? 2020. They made some adjustments. You got to do it again.
Yeah, gotta move it in. The Padres did it twice.
Yeah.
Other teams have made this change. You got just move in the fence.
It's what are we doing?
And it's not like, oh, the players are too soft. No, it's like you're putting yourself at a disadvantage for it to be so much different than every other ballpark, right?
Yeah.
I know baseball's fun that you can have like different dimensions and cool stuff like that, but ultimately
you're hurting yourself. I watched it twice. Jung-Hoo Lee over the weekend, he cracked that ball and it ended up being a flyout. And the Mets game that I went to, when they really needed it, that double, it either would have tied the game or they would have been given the lead. I think obviously they lost, so I think they were down 1. And they can't hit with runners in scoring position, but it was a double, and that would have been a home run. I believe again, 25 of 30 ballparks.
Yeah, the fact that it's number 1 with a smoking gun is the problem. You can still make it a pitcher's ballpark. You just can't make it. It is number 1, and no one else is really even coming close. I know we're obviously more in the Giants world, but like it's crazy that we've seen multiple situations this year where it's like that would have been a home run in every ballpark except, or who had the one earlier this year that you had the Jung-Hoo Lee one. Someone had the walk-off inside the park homer that probably should have just been a walk-off home run.
Yeah.
Like, there's just been so many weird
I think it
situations.
was it the Patrick Bailey one?
Yeah, it was Patrick Bailey. That's right. And then you have Devers now. It's so weird that this keeps coming up.
Yeah, they have to do something. And I think this is a good excuse, a good reason, a good excuse, whatever you want to call it, to do it. You're putting money into it. Your Buster is here. Okay, you're putting money into this lineup, and the game has changed a bit. So that was Ramos Gate. Some people were upset with me for saying that I'm essentially giving Ramos a pass, but they didn't like me bringing it up at all because people don't like the media. So somebody said, "Shame on you, Allen. Shame on you." And this is what I said. Let me just give people a little bit. Somebody said, "Shame on me." Okay. And again, you would think I said the typical, "You can't say this. It's ridiculous." Whatever. This is what I said. I honestly don't think Elliot Ramos meant to rip the fans, but you simply cannot say this when your team is hitting negative milestones we haven't seen since the year assembly lines were created. That's what I said. And a lot of people were responding. And I woke up this morning and somebody responded saying, "That was a disappointing performance, Allen. It wasn't your best moment."
Neither for Elliot Ramos.
No.
Wasn't Elliot Ramos's either.
Have you watched him play left field? I mean, what are we talking about here? So
yeah, let's. I can just run on loop him spiking the ball into the ground from left field too. Also, I know we don't want to pick on Elliot Ramos.
I love Elliot Ramos. I saw him out there with his daughter over the week. It was the day game. I think she threw out the first pitch. I'm just saying, trust me, as for somebody that spends Kyle, help me, what's 4 times 5, 20 hours on air a week and more than that with Locked On, I'm gonna put my foot in my mouth from time to time. And when you do that, number one, you just got to wear it. And I do think he spoke with the media after and he said, "Hey, I didn't mean it like that. I was just defending my guy, Bob Melvin." Also, just to close it out here, hilarious that NBC Sports Bay Area, because he hit the home run and he was involved in all this stuff, obviously they make the call and they say, "Hey, who do we want to do post game?" He was just, "Please do not pick me for post game.
Yeah.
I'm cool off the meter right now." And who got picked for post game? Elliot Ramos.
Yeah, the PR person comes over him and he's just like,
"Dang it, I do not want to do this." So hey, they got the W.
I'm sure you made a great articulate point on the show, the Locked On Giants, about Elliot Ramos, but as soon as you just on the air said, "Since McKinley got assassinated," I was just dead.
No, I said that. I said something very similar on the pod
I didn't hear anything else. After you said, "Since McKinley got assassinated," I just could not. That is the funniest thing you've said in like a week.
Well, hey, we got Kyle on one, people. We did a good job. We got Kyle on one. Also, Bill Barnwell essentially says you should take the over on the Niners. So now I know I'm not taking crazy pills. Bill Barnwell, one of the great football minds out there, and he says for a number of reasons why the Niners are going to be better than what people think. We are going to talk about Rich Eisen because everybody was talking about the throwback vibes. It was I don't know. There's no throwback term for Monday, right? A move back Monday. There's throwback Thursday, flashback Friday, way back Wednesday. But Rich Eisen has joined ESPN, and they went really old school with their sports center, and everybody was really excited about it. That was the first positive thing. So what are people going to do? Because people love to hate on the 4-letter network. What are people going to do what are they going to do if SportsCenter listens to them? What are they going to complain about now?
There's a lot of things to complain about at ESPN. Trust me, they will find them.
But yeah, I guess you're right. But as long as Stephen A. Smith is employed, there will always be something for people to complain about.
I promise you, SportsCenter is not the only problem right now at ESPN.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, bring back, what was it? What did we lose? PTI. How are you going to get rid of PTI and then bring back normal old SportsCenter? Just bring back PTI now. I
don't want to get morbid here, but Kornheiser's not a young man at this point.
No. Oh, sorry. No, and that is still there. I meant Around the Horn.
Yeah, that's why I was like, you think they're going to get rid of PTI next. They've already gotten rid of Around the Horn. Maybe PTI is next. And I don't think PTI still does well, but I'm saying I don't think that show is going to continue beyond Kornheiser and Wilbon.
I don't know, and I don't think it should. I don't think it should.
So it might be coming sooner than we think.
Okay, fair enough. I wanted to close out the first segment here with just how dumb the Bengals are. I mean, how incredibly stupid do you have to be? Obviously, the Giants game was on, so there was a lot. I saw the highlights, right, and I saw enough. Every time I looked up, Joe Burrow was running for his life, and then they sent him out for, and look, I get it, maybe Joe Burrow, maybe he wanted to go out there for another series. I don't care. I think we're headed towards Matthew Stafford territory with Joe Burrow, which is crazy because offensively that team is stacked. But I think Joe Burrow is going to put up all these stats, and then, I don't know, 3-4 years from now, he's going to go to a team that all they need is a quarterback, and then he'll win the Super Bowl. Because the Bengals, they are completely screwing the pooch here. I do not understand. Kyle, the brother was running for his life in a preseason game. How bad was that?
The Bengals are a very confusing team. And look, other teams have done this, but the Bengals are going to get the flack because A, they're a poorly run organization, and B, they have one of the four horsemen at quarterback, right? Like if the Cowboys ran this with Dak Prescott, obviously it would be talked about, but which, by the way, I don't know if you saw, people are liking this new Netflix Cowboys show, apparently, or the documentary or whatever. That Jerry Jones is dragging out a Micah Parsons contract negotiation just to promote. But
I mean, the trailer did look good, but I've seen enough Cowboy stuff. I'll probably watch. I'm going to be honest.
Because it's Joe Burrow is what makes it extra infuriating. Yeah. But also, like, the Bengals have kind of lost the benefit of the doubt because you have the weird Shamar Stewart thing. You have the Trey Hendrickson contract negotiation. They know they're cheap. They know they're a poorly run organization. I think their coach is kind of a dum-dum, so it doesn't help that he then does dumb things, like play his entire starters in the first half of a Monday preseason game.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it, man. I couldn't believe it. And just seeing it over and over. That second drive, I just thought and I know I've been using this word a lot this week, and I'm trying to double check, because when you type something and there'll be the blue under it and you want, not the red. Yeah, so yes, unserious is a real word. Because sometimes I see the red come under it or the blue, and I'm thinking, okay, there's need to be a dash, something like that. So I know I've said this word a lot lately, but it's just unserious. Well, they're unserious about whatever they are trying to achieve.
This is what's so weird about it, though, because, like, we can complain about Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson not winning. They're the only team that's beaten Mahomes. So, like, I'm like, they've already overachieved to what their expectations are because they've been to 2 AFC championship games. They went to a Super Bowl. So I can't even complain about the results. It's just the process is insane.
Ridiculous.
The Bengals just keep making dumb decision after dumb decision and it's like the Lakers. They keep making dumb decisions, but we have Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, so we're fine.
Exactly. And that comes back to the Kings in a way, right? They make dumb decisions, but they don't have a four horseman quarterback. They don't have a top 10 player in the game. So when they make dumb decisions, it looks even worse. That reminds me, and I know we've been talking 2K, as much as I like to have fun with the De'Aaron Fox conversation, even I have to say the disrespect has gone way too far with De'Aaron Fox. Doesn't matter. It's gone way too far. And y'all know I love roasting, okay? And it's because it's kind of like a, not frenemy, but I'm kind of, it's endearing to me. De'Aaron's a lefty, right? I just feel this, I like to think I was fast before my Achilles got popped a couple years ago. So I love the way De'Aaron plays. It upsets me that it didn't work out. So in turn, I'm just salty. And I have some fun now that he's gone at the Riverwalk. It's beautiful this time of year. But 2K, they've taken it to another level. The other players that are either rated the same as De'Aaron or higher, it's absurd. Somebody needs to put some respect on De'Aaron Fox's name, and I did not think it would be me. When we return, Malik Monk conversations may heat up with the hire that this Eastern Conference team recently made. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
And we're back live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, it's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, and let me tell you about the great deals they have going on right now. You can receive up to $9,500 in bonus cash when you lease select models. Not interested in a lease? How about a certified pre-owned vehicle? That's right, they have low rates for up to 36 months, or maybe you're looking to buy brand new. Well, they got you covered when it comes to that as well. And if you're looking for an electric vehicle, well, check out their deals on e-sprinters. Take it from me, I'm now rolling in the finest ride I've ever had. I'm driving the all-new electric EQS SUV. I don't have to worry about filling my tank at all. It's a long-range vehicle, and not only do I love it, my family loves it as well. So take it from me, Kyle Draper. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is where you want to go to buy your new vehicle. They believe that when you buy the finest car in the world, you deserve the best car buying experience you'll ever have. They're just a short drive down I-5 or online anytime at mbfstockton.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
916 says it could be called a Memory Monday. Hey, we'll go with that. 916, a Memory Monday. That is what SportsCenter cooked up yesterday as they had Rich Eisen doing, and I think it was just 1 hour because I missed it. And then when I turned it back on, it was back to the normal. It was back to the SportsCenter that they have. Look, I'll say this. Nostalgia is huge. Nostalgia is very, very strong. If you want to argue the daytime stuff, as far as the types of shows and segments, and I've said this before, ESPN has tried a bunch of stuff. And a lot of people say they want something, but then they don't watch it, right? As far as SportsCenter is concerned, I think that SportsCenter could show more highlights, but, you know, some people don't like the bells and whistles. But when it comes to the NFL, they don't miss NFL highlights. They might miss, Major League Baseball highlights, but they do not miss NFL highlights, mostly because it's all essentially 1 day a week. And what doesn't happen on that one day, there's only 1 or 2 games. So outside of that, SportsCenter hasn't really changed when it comes to NFL-specific highlights. NBA highlights and other highlights, I hear you. And maybe, and I think we all could agree that we could have more of it. But saying, I miss this version of SportsCenter, then also there's too many shows with debates. Those are two different conversations. SportsCenter to me could show more highlights, but when it comes to football, they show the highlights. They do not miss football highlights.
No, I think what's changed. I was hearing, I think it was Bomani Jones talk about this, and the idea was like SportsCenter used to be the place where you went to actually like learn about other sports, right? You would get hockey highlights, you would get tennis, and you would kind of have more of like a well-rounded understanding of what happened. But now, like a lot of stuff on ESPN, the money keeps pointing towards football, basketball, and if there's time, baseball. And by basketball, I also mean WNBA, because you get more WNBA highlights than baseball sometimes on SportsCenter now. So it's just the direction that all of sports at the corporate level is being pushed towards, which is football number one and basketball, which the Rich Eisen thing is a perfect example of it, because the reason why he's even able to do this is that ESPN just bought the NFL network and also bought his radio show, which is going to be on ESPN radio at some point starting in September. So like ESPN essentially just bought the NFL network, and now we can put Rich Eisen on SportsCenter because he's technically an ESPN employee.
Again, I am all for nostalgia. I bring up a 90s movie at least once a week, but I do think that people tend to ignore how the world has also changed and how social media has affected the need for the OG SportsCenter, because you see so many highlights, right? A lot of times you'll know at least 2 or 3 of SportsCenter's top 10 before they announce them, because you saw it on social media. So I understand it. I just think people love to bag on ESPN, and that's part of this as well. But it was really nice seeing Rich Eisen and watching a more classic version, mostly for the nostalgia and for the feels. Very similar to last week when we were joking about Chance the Rapper, right? Now, what ESPN does with it moving forward, I don't know. But I think for one night, everybody was on the same page, enjoying it, and hopefully they do find some of their roots moving forward. As we discuss this team that decided to finally make a decision and how it could affect Malik Monk, this is from Shams. This was yesterday morning, actually. Toronto Raptors are appointing general manager Bobby Webster as the team's head of basketball operations, and the sides have reached a new contract, sources tell ESPN. Now, here is where things get interesting. This is me saying it, not Shams. Webster joined the Raptors in 2013 as Masai Ujiri's first hire and now lands the top executive role. Why is that important to me? Because the fact that they decided to keep it in-house tells me that a lot of the interests that the Raptors had during the Masai Ujiri regime could still be a thing. And one of the interests that Masai Ujiri had, which they are on record, we talked to Raptors media members about this, how much they liked Malik Monk. So as we look at where they're moving now with Bobby Webster, I don't know if the Giannis connection is still there, because I think that was specific to Masai Ujiri. But I do not believe the Malik Monk connection was. I think that was just this front, and obviously there is a connection to Masai Ujiri, but Masai Ujiri and the foreign players, that's something different, right? The front office liked Malik from a basketball standpoint, and a basketball standpoint alone. Even if Masai Ujiri was the head of the snake, I believe it's a fair assumption to say that they all, or that a lot of them, or more than just Masai Ujiri, were fans of Malik Monk. So with that being said, obviously the RJ Barrett connection with Scott Perry, I would keep an eye on what Bobby Webster does first, because the Raptors were a team where you look at them and you think, I don't know how much this team makes sense. We just don't know who's going to make any decisions because they have nobody hired to make said decisions.
By the way, they also just let the outgoing general manager or the outgoing president draft your entire draft, sign all your free agents, and then decided to let him go. It was a very strange situation, but from day one when Masai left, this was the person who was tabbed to fill the position. And the longer this went on, the more it seemed like, yeah, Bobby Webster is the one calling the shots. By the way, the youngest general manager to ever win an NBA championship, Bobby Webster is.
You're saying
in Toronto. Yeah, sorry.
You're saying, okay. Because it gets very, yes, and we've had this conversation before. These names mean different things everywhere.
General manager, but second in command in Toronto. So we'll see. He's only 40 years old, so we'll see how this works out for Bobby. I don't know if it means they're going to trade for Malik Monk at this stage of the game, but they were already trying to shop RJ Barrett before Masai ended up departing, and they didn't really do anything this summer. They just signed a couple minimum contract guys, let Chris Boucher walk, and drafted
ridiculous.
What's his name? Colin Murray Boyles.
Yeah. And the thing with the Raptors, they very much strike me as a team that want to see how this plays out. Hey, we want to see how much it doesn't work. And once we see how much it doesn't work, then we can decide who we want to keep and who we want to move on from.
See, I kind of disagree on it not working out. No, I think they're going to be a play-in team, but I think they're going to be better this year than they were last year. But again, it's play-in team in the East is different than play-in team in the West. But if you told me Toronto made the playoffs next year, I would not be shocked.
Yeah, but even still, and it depends on what their goals are. If you know something is probably going to happen eventually, if you know, hey, this collection of talent is not going to be what gets us a parade and a championship, maybe they make a move and they still make the play-in. Even if they make the play-in, that's not to say they move on. They don't move on from RJ Barrett, and I think they're probably stuck with Emmanuel Quickly and that contract. So Malik Monk, is there still interest there? That is something to monitor. You reminded me, Kyle, when you brought up the GM thing, because it kind of threw me for a loop, because GMs tend to make decisions or not make decisions. Very funny in its own right. Zach Manassian, who kind of was the splash that was made when he was hired by the Giants. I text my buddy who's at a Bay Area station, who kind of, he's out there, so he's always at Giants games. And I asked him, what does Zach Manassian do? What does he actually? Everything is Buster. Buster has made all these moves. I want to be a G. Okay, add this to my list of other jobs. I want to be a GM who actually doesn't do anything. And I'm not saying I'm not saying he doesn't do anything.
But is not the chief decision maker.
Yes, I want to be the GM, but there's also a president who actually makes the decisions.
So you just want to be second in command.
I want to just be there. Okay? But I'm a GM.
Yeah, you're essentially saying, what does BJ Armstrong do here?
Well, no, because he's not the GM.
He's the assistant GM.
No, but these guys are GMs.
But they're just the second in command. There's a reason why Toronto just changed the title.
I want to be a GM where somewhere out there's a president of baseball operations, basketball operations, but I'm GM.
Do you know what the code word often is for that?
What?
It is, we promote someone from general manager to president is code word for, we got to pay him a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because Bobby, I'm sure, is getting not as much on his contract as Masai, hence why he's not the president. He's still the general manager. They just dissolved the president role.
Yeah.
So he's still the general manager. He's just now the chief basketball decision maker.
Right. It's a promotion.
It's a promotion, but
it's a
no
promotion.
Title and barely any pay, I'm guessing.
Well, you're president. You like to say you're president.
But he's not president. He's general manager. He's not getting promoted to president. He's just
head. He's head. He's head of basketball operations.
Yes, chief basketball decision maker, but still the general manager.
He just engulfed one. Either way, whether he's head of basketball operations or president, we know that they liked Malik Monk, and hiring in-house, we can assume that affection, right, or attraction that they had to Malik Monk could still be there.
Also tells me the Raptors are pretty cheap.
Well,
they just didn't want to pay Masai $15 million.
In this economy. I'm trying to figure out where he's going to pop up next, by the way. When we return, all right, to Ted and El Dorado Hills, I'll say it. Ramona Shelburne proves that the Warriors are pretty unserious when talking about Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, what did we last? 40 minutes. Down south, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Top 100 teacher and PGA Master Professional Kelly Stenzel offers some short game rules in Golf Magazine. 1. Stay still while putting. 2. Lean into chips with weight slightly forward during the shot. 3. For less distance, use a shorter swing and narrower stance. 4. Hit the ground to get true launch. Make a divot to get the ball in the air. 5. To hit a great bunker shot, dig your feet into the sand. 6. Swing length controls natural speed. Swing and stroke should be relatively equal back and through in size and rhythm. 7. Pivot for pitches so the club head glides underneath the ball, launching it high with spin. 8. Write it down. Calibrate your short game and put it on paper. Having some basic guidelines and a plan for your short game can make a huge difference without having to always rely on feel. Look for the full story at golf.com. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Luis Severino, out with that left oblique strain, has resumed playing catch, and they expect a return in late August. Austin Wings, out with that abdominal strain, is expected to return in 2026 as he still has not started any baseball activities. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay $0 up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Sacramento Rivercats baseball has it all at Sutter Health Park. Enjoy exciting baseball, kids' activities, tasty ballpark treats, and more. Family memories start here. Get your Rivercats baseball tickets at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Coach Eric Martins joins us, and 15 minutes. Okay. And we will break down what the A's are up to. I'll tell you what, every time I look up, the A's are, look, if they're not winning the baseball game, they got about 5 runs a game. You know, so they can hit the baseball.
They win about half of them.
Yeah, they can definitely hit the baseball. So we will hear from Coach Eric Martins in about 15 minutes. But before we speak with him, we have this sound, which is from Ramona Shelburne, kind of breaking down where the Warriors are at with the different contracts and what Joe Lacob apparently feels, or how he feels about their star 22-year-old. Here it is.
They've had great offers for Kuminga over the years. I mean, they could have had Alex Caruso on their team a couple years ago if they would have been willing to part with Jonathan Kuminga. That and I the thing that's hard for me, I think is nothing, because I think he's going to be on the Warriors, and the only question is how much are they paying him. I think there's an easy solution here, which is that the Warriors give him an extra year. It'll be like a 2+1 where he has a little more control over his career. It's a little more guaranteed money. And I do think the Warriors see him as somebody who's, if he wants to call it a building block, I don't know if I would call it that, but somebody they want around for a long time, because they have 35-year-olds on their team. And I know the owner, Joe Lacob, has told him this. That he loves Jonathan Kuminga. He's the reason that they have never included him in trades, because they see the potential in him. But the question is not whether he's going to be back, but what kind of attitude is he going to have? If it is he's been spurned and he's got a bad attitude, he's going to sit on the bench, that's not going to help them. But they didn't really use him that much once they traded for Jimmy Butler. It was sort of Jimmy or Kuminga, and they went 23-7 when they traded for Jimmy towards the end of the year.
That was Ramona Shelburne on ESPN. And, yeah, I mean, she's basically saying that Joe Lacob is not allowing this to go in the wrong direction. Well, it's already gone in the wrong direction with Jonathan Kuminga, but basically that Joe Lacob says he wants Kuminga to be on the team for, quote, a long time. I don't know what a long time actually means. I'm just confused here because, Joe, it's your money. It is your money. So everything is being held in limbo for a decision that you're ultimately in control of. And look, I would be remiss to, from the Kings' perspective, tell an owner to overrule who they've hired, right? The GMs or anybody like that. But it feels like he's already done that. So just get it over with, right? Throughout these years before things got this bad, clearly he's been a part of the reason the Warriors have not moved on from him. So he's already put his foot between the doorstop, right, and the doorway in order to get what he wants and what he thinks is best. So why all of a sudden are you not just seeing the whole thing through and, just give him the third year. I'm the boss. Give him the third year. Let's be done with it.
Well, this is the tough part, though, about what Ramona is saying about Lacob's thoughts in the past, right? Like, even if he comes back to Golden State, this relationship is over, right? It is going to end soon. It's not like this can be salvaged in a way where everyone is kumbaya, right, and we're happy to go back. Even if you bring Jonathan Kuminga back and he takes that third year on the deal, the goal of bringing him in is to trade him, which, by the way, Joe Lacob, you accepted that this was the reality when you traded for Jimmy Butler and gave Jimmy Butler a 2-year max contract extension. Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga are not going to play with, Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green are not going to be able to play together 35 minutes a game.
No.
You knew that this was the reality, and yet they're still dug in on it, despite the fact that Jonathan is telling you, I don't want to be here. So, this is like with
I don't want to be Jaden McDaniels. Well, because I don't even think he can be Jaden McDaniels because he's not going to get that type of playing time.
No, on this team, I'm trying to even think of a good example for this. Like, he is a seventh man when he could be in his mind a number 2 on a bad team. Like, this is kind of the tough situation though, because like it reminds me of Ayton with the Suns. Once you're fighting with the coach, it's not going to, or Malone and Calvin Booth with Denver. Once you're publicly fighting with the coach, it's gonna end sooner or later. Like Monty Williams and Ayton were both gone within 2 years after they spent an entire summer fighting each other and forcing Ayton to come back.
And Steve Kerr, that's the funniest thing. If they had drafted Jonathan Kuminga now, it would be completely different because the Warriors, this group only has about 2-3 years left. But the fact that he's already been here for 3 years, you can't for 4 years.
Yeah, because he just kind of sat on the bench during the championship year.
You cannot expect somebody to wait for 7 years, right? And you deciding to get Jimmy Butler says, hey, Kuminga, you're not good enough. That's what you said. You're not good enough. So there is a world where I want to believe that they could talk this thing out and figure it out. The problem is in those other situations, when there is a dispute, the resolution has to include something that the player wants, right? So it doesn't matter if Steve Kerr says, I actually do like how you play. The fact that they added Jimmy Butler, they are legitimately unable to give Jonathan Kuminga what he wants. That is the bottom line of this. Doesn't matter if they all go to Sizzler, like Carmichael Dave said he went to in LA. Doesn't matter if they go to Sizzler and they get all the cheesy bread that they want and they just say, you know what, we're all on the same page. The roster decisions that they've made hinder that from being a thing.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, the more I'm just more like realizing I can't believe the Miami Heat didn't get Kuminga in that Jimmy Butler deal.
Yeah.
Like, how did you not get Kuminga?
Which is so funny because on the other side of that, Andrew Wiggins with Jimmy Butler is kind of perfect.
Yeah, that's what's so dumb about. Well, I guess I should clarify something I said earlier. You can't play Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green together on a team where your best player is Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Steph Curry needs shooters. Steph Curry needs spacing. Steph Curry needs guys who are going to pass and cut and do all that stuff. That's not Jimmy Butler. That's barely Draymond Green. And at this stage of his career, it's not Jonathan Kuminga. No. And they know this. That's why they opted to play Buddy Hield and Pajemski with Jimmy Butler earlier in the season. You know that this is the case. You know Kuminga's not happy. So, look, the relationship is over. They might have to drag it out another 2, 6, 12 months, but Joe Lacob, this thing is over with Kuminga. It's right. He is done with you.
Right. And if you are looking at this from the Warriors' perspective, I would say, hey, well, we made that decision when we were able to acquire Jimmy Butler. Very similar to the Kings and how a lot of us thought that DeMar DeRozan would be the first move that Scott Perry made just based on where DeMar DeRozan is in his career. I think a lot of people thought, okay, you went with Jimmy. You did not play Kuminga and Jimmy together. I know Kuminga was a bit injured, but he did not play in the playoffs. Okay, cool. So you're going to move on from Kuminga and you got Jimmy for 2 years for 50 whatever million. Cool, that makes sense. And then the Warriors, well, hold on. We want premium for him.
Well, and the original plan was we're going to get Kevin Durant, and we are going to trade Kuminga to Phoenix. Kuminga was in the Kevin Durant trade that Kevin Durant shut down because he didn't want to go back to Golden State.
We should. I want a team to be combined of all the players that have been spurned and thrown on the trade block. I want a team with Malik Monk, Jonathan Kuminga,
Kyle Kuzma.
Kyle Kuzma. Who else is there? They're always trying to get Cat in there.
RJ Barrett.
They're always trying to trade Cat. They're always trying to trade RJ Barrett. Just a team of guys that are always on the trade block.
And Kevin Love.
Kevin Love once he leaves Utah. Okay?
I mean, for years it was trade Kevin Love. He was the OG # trade Kevin Love.
Yeah, I just forgot that he was still playing. By the way, John Wall retired.
Cool.
The original Teach Me How to Dougie. That's
Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie.
That was still so cool.
It really was. And it was just a different time where you just didn't have to shoot. I'm just going to run. And De'Aaron Fox is like the charmeleon of John Wall because he can shoot better than John Wall.
You know, you just kind of made me realize thing. If John Morant had been born 10 years earlier, would he have been John Wall?
I know John Wall could get up there because it's all about the dunking with Ja. I think they're pretty similar. I feel like John Wall was faster with the ball.
Yeah.
John Wall could fly. I mean, it was John Wall, and I think De'Aaron Fox is faster than Ja with the ball.
Yeah.
But
De'Aaron Fox, according to 2K, is the fastest player in the league.
They're all kind of cut from the same we can't shoot cloth. But De'Aaron was shoot better than Ja.
Well, De'Aaron was also forced to learn how to shoot, because if you look at De'Aaron's splits like his first 2 or 3 years in Sacramento, it's like 28%. And they were like, brother, you got to lock yourself in the gym and learn how to shoot.
Right next to Valanciunas and Drew Eubanks. All you get in the line.
Versus John Wall, they were like, we'll just trade for Markieff Morris. That's all the three-point shooting we need in 2015.
Right. Different time. So shout out John Wall. A great career, and we'll always have his highlights from the Wizards when they still had the dark blue. When we return, Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics, joins us. And also, isn't it weird that some of these free agents for the NBA are still free agents? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It's the energy all around you.
Lightning and the thunder.
The thrill of the moments to come. The flash of lights. The rush of pure exhilaration.
Thunder.
The roar of the crowd. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Everybody knows that Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the spot to get yourself a brand new car. That's why people are coming from all over. Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. But they also have the best selection of pre-owned vehicles. All makes and models, every one of them top quality, hand-selected by General Manager Chuck Dean. Over 70 vehicles below $30,000, over 25 below $20,000. You can see that full lineup at SacSuperstore.com. And if you find a lower price somewhere else, they'll match it. And on top of that, the best car buying experience anywhere. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Well, the A's have played better than .500 baseball since the end of June, and one reason, improved starting pitching. And now that Luis Severino is on the IL, rookies comprise 4/5 of that rotation, including 22-year-old Luis Morales, a consensus top 5 prospect in the A's organization.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge.
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Sacramento basketball is back. With off-season acquisitions and a retooled Kings roster under new head coach Doug Christie, we're proud to cheer on the Beam team for another exciting season. Don't miss opening night at Golden One Center on Friday, October 24th, when the Kings take on the Utah Jazz. Tickets for all games are on sale now, so be sure to get yours to see Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, and all your Sacramento Kings. Head to kings.com/tickets to secure your seats now.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
11 o'clock, and you hear the music. Put me in, Coach. I'm ready to play, which means we are joined, as we are every Tuesday, by Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Happy Tuesday.
Tuesday, you got it. Good to be here.
Coach, we got you?
I'm here. I don't know if you can.
see.
Hold on. Oh, shoot. Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Maybe hop out and hop back in, Coach. Let's see what happens.
I
Coach,
got you, I think.
Oh,
I
we're
got
good.
you.
We're good. Yes, we are good. All righty. Joining us is Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics, as the A's are out there in Minnesota. So you're in Minnesota, Coach. Look, I know they got the Mall of America. Is that where it started? Maybe I know they have a really big state fair that might be over already. What you doing out there in Minnesota, man?
Well, I had plans, man. I actually like Minnesota. Cool little city, man. I was going to go to, we had an off day here. Well, technically an off day here yesterday. And I was going to go to Paisley Park, which is Prince's home and studio and stuff like that, and go take a look. You know, this is home of Prince. So
right.
If you're a music guy, you got to appreciate what he did. But we had some technical difficulties with our plane on Sunday, and we weren't able to get out here on Sunday. So we had to travel yesterday on our off day to get here. So we didn't get in until probably about 4:30. So it was like chilled out for a little bit, went and had some dinner, and we're back at it now. So, but I actually like Minnesota. Cool little city. It's not bad.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll put on the list. I'll put some respect on Minnesota's name. Well, Coach, a lot of people are putting respect on Jacob Lopez's name, who he has thrown 24 consecutive scoreless innings, the first Athletics pitcher since 2002 to have 4 consecutive scoreless starts. What are you seeing from him? The moment doesn't seem to be too big. We talk so much about the hitting whenever we have you on, and we'll get to that as well. But from the pitching standpoint, what are you seeing from Lopez?
Well, he's attacking the zone. He's throwing strikes. He's funky. The angle that he brings, is kind of crossbody and then slings it from a different angle, and that thing causes fits for lefties and righties. So, I mean, the big thing for him is just throwing strikes. He's got good stuff. He makes them put the ball in play. Plus, he strikes guys out. So, I think earlier in the year he was still trying to feel his way around. I know his first outing with us was out of long relief out of the bullpen, and it took him some outings to kind of settle in. But now he's kind of settled in, and he's attacking the zone, and he's giving us a chance to win every time he takes him out.
Talking to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Now, Coach, I have specific types of guys, okay? We've never met in person, and I've been meaning to get out there, by the way, before this is all said and done. But I'm how do I put this? I'm not the tallest guy in the world, Coach, okay? So when I see fellow players that are not running around at 6'2", 6'3", whatever it is, I gravitate to them. I always have. And on top of that, what is going on with Colby Thomas, who had 2 home runs? Kyle has this written in, Allen's type of guy, 5'10" outfielder from Mercer, 3rd round pick. Number one, I love to hear that. And y'all have another one I saw running around as well, and I love him. But number 2, what's going on with the A's farm system? Every week you bring up a new rookie who just hits a home run just for fun. Just for fun. What is happening with the farm system, and specifically Colby Thomas, the newest rookie to come up and just say, oh, MLB pitching, not a big deal to me.
I mean, that just goes back and give all the credit to the scouts and the scouting department, bringing these players in. I have a soft spot for them because that was me years ago, when I scouted and tried to help this organization bring players like Matt Chapman and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's a testament to them of being able to get us players like Nick Kurtz, Jacob Wilson, Kobe Thomas. I mean, the list goes on. So with him, I mean, he was always a guy that had some tremendous power. You know what I mean? He's not, like you said, he's not very tall in stature, but this guy's strong. I mean, and when he takes a swing, you see it. He lets it fly, and so now I think he's made some adjustments with the hitting coaches about shortening his swing and being a little bit more direct to the ball, because all he needs to do is touch it. I mean, this kid is uber strong. He's uber athletic. He can run. He can throw. So it's good to see him have success. I know it was like Kurtz. He struggled a little bit early, but we gave him opportunities to play, and he started to capitalize on those. And I think that's what Kobe's doing right now.
Coach, I just saw, by the way, that the shortstop, Leo DeVries, that you traded for in the Mason Miller deal got pulled up to Double-A. Apparently, he's been mashing. I mean, the way y'all pulling, are we going to see him in a week? I'm kidding. I know we won't see him in a week. But moving forward, you got Jacob Wilson at shortstop. Obviously, he's coming up. How excited is the organization for just this amount of talent, young talent that the A's have right now? And do you even worry about, from an organization standpoint, do you even worry about, hey, when Leo's ready, are we going to move over Jacob Wilson, or will Leo move to second base? Is that something you just approach once he has made that issue be a reality? You don't think about that until at least AAA or even closer than that?
Yeah, I mean, I hope that's a problem we have soon. You know what I mean? I mean, that's a good problem to have when you start collecting this amount of talent and you're starting to figure out how you're going to play them and what positions and move who and put, place this person here. So that's a good problem to have. It's a better problem than having to okay, who can we bring to fill in this spot where we're short and we're not even sure if he could do it. So I mean, it's exciting. It's exciting to see Leo get up to Double-A and see what he could do there. Uber talented. I've seen a little bit of his video and watched him offensively and defensively, and you can see why he's like third-ranked prospect in all of baseball. So, it's one of those things like, okay, right, we continue to do what we're doing here and getting better as a team, and then we start adding more talent like that. Then we begin to take off and do the things that we're supposed to be doing.
Talking to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. Coach, I saw this yesterday. Did you happen to see what Lawrence Butler said? He was doing an interview. I don't know if he's going to get fined, but he was talking about the umpire. Did you see what he said? Did you say it? Hey, look, man, it's your money, but you got to be careful with this stuff.
Hey, he's going to say what he wants to say, and he's going to speak his mind. So if that's what he wanted to say, that's what he wanted to say, So, that's his opinion, and I'm sure there might be other people who might agree with that opinion on top of it. So he just was able to go out there and speak his mind and freely say what he wanted to say. Whether he gets banged for it, he get banged for it. But whatever, it's a free speech, right? So
hey, and I'm not trying to get you. I'm not trying to get you in trouble answering what Lawrence Butler said. So I completely hear you. I just said, did you catch that or not? Talking to Coach Eric Martins. Coach, I saw this, and it wasn't about the A specifically, but it was about the catcher position, and I'm curious your thoughts. For certain catchers that are really good at receiving the baseball and quote unquote stealing strikes, with the ABS system on its way, right, and some of these things being talked about, does that change, or do you think it will change how catchers get evaluated once it is launched? Because a skill set that catchers once were kind of lauded for having, or certain catchers were for stealing strikes not being a thing because it would be more technical. Do you think that could affect how catchers are kind of looked at from a recruiting and prospect standpoint, or do you think we're a ways away from that?
I think you're still going to value the receiving part of it, because if you think about it, you still only get 2 or 3 challenges. So you're still going to have to receive the ball well, and still, you're going to have to put it on either the hitter or, or the ump, or, to make a decision whether they want to challenge that or not. If you receive the ball well and you're not sure, so I don't think it's completely going to go away. There's always you always want to have a good receiving catcher anyway to help the pitchers out, excuse me, in the zone. So maybe a little bit, right? But you're just not going to have guys out there that are clunkers and are not just going to be able to catch and just knock it down and just hope that the ABS calls it a strike. Because we're not even going to be there yet, right? You still have the challenge system, and you're only going to get 2 or 3 per game, and so you're still going to need to be able to steal some strikes when guys aren't sure if they want to challenge or not. So
Yeah, talking to Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. So, Coach, we already discussed you're out there in Minnesota. Minnesota, a team that surprised a lot of people with a bit of a fire sale at the deadline. What are you excited to see from your team tonight and throughout the rest of the series?
Well, it's just continuing what we've been doing is play good baseball, right? No matter who it is, no matter what the team's status is on the other side, we got to go out and play the way we've been playing lately and go out there and, pitch well, play good defense, great offensive nights, and just finish the year strong. That's our main focus. It doesn't matter who's on the other side. I know after this trip, we go to Seattle. So we got to continue playing good baseball. We have an opportunity to play spoilers with some teams still with, Seattle, and we still got Houston. I know we got Boston a couple times. So, I mean, we got to continue playing good baseball and end the season the way we want to and start building momentum for next year.
Coach, thank you so much for joining us. Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. We'll talk to you again. Well, actually, Coach, I don't know and again, I really got to get out there because I'm running out of time. My second kid is due September 3rd. So I'm supposed to be here with you. Okay, but whenever that happens, if somebody else is doing the show, just know that's probably where I'm at. So I got to let you know that one.
Well, good luck to you and congratulations. And I hope everything goes well for you and your lady. So
thank you, Coach. Well, look,
you got it.
I'm here until I'm not here. Okay, I'm here until I'm not here. Thank you, Coach.
Good.
We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, take care. I'll talk soon.
That was Coach Eric Martins, third base coach for the Athletics. As he mentioned, the Athletics taking on Minnesota. The one thing, and I'm not trying to roast because somebody's going to say, hey, how can you roast a city or, a certain state? You're in Sacramento, whatever it is. And I think people are still sleeping on Sacramento. And maybe people are sleeping on Minnesota. I just know one time I was watching Carnival Eats. Okay, it's a show that used to come on Food Network. Then it got moved to Cooking Channel. And then it got moved away, or then it got moved off.
Wait, there's a cooking channel?
Yes, Cooking Channel is owned by Food Network, I believe. They're all under the same umbrella.
So they're all on Max. Got it.
I think now, yes. So Carnival Eats, one of my favorite shows. And all I know is that the state fair in Minnesota was so big, all I know is I saw fried butter. That's all.
That's totally a thing.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you just fry a stick of butter.
That's
deep fried.
Really?
Yeah. I
saw fried butter, man.
Yeah, that's in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. That's totally a thing. I've heard of that before.
That's crazy.
The one thing about Minnesota.
Hold on. 916-339-1140. Call line, text line. Has anybody ever had fried butter?
I mean, you've had fried Oreos and Twinkies. That's crazy.
Different. No, that's not different. And it was a Snickers.
That's still crazier than just butter.
No, it's not.
What you're saying because you wouldn't normally just eat butter?
You're just eating a stick of what? Whoa. Are you serious?
I'm not saying I've ever had it. I'm just saying I don't think this is as weird as you think it is. Butter, often on a stick, is battered and deep fried. State Fair, Texas, Iowa, Minnesota. It's all over the place. Sometimes they do it like donuts.
No, I know it's there, Kyle. I'm saying the fact that you thought a fried Snickers is crazier than a fried stick of butter is insanity.
I think we're just Americanized to the idea that that's a normal thing, that you take a Twinkie.
It's an actual bar, not butter.
Butter is a delicacy in many places,
I can't believe this has got to be a bit. This has got to be.
It's just butter. You have deep fried cheese. It's just deep fried butter.
I'm. You know what? This is a 1 o'clock conversation. This is not an 11 o'clock conversation.
Anyways, A's in Minnesota.
Stick of butter. Okay.
With a stick of butter.
No, we don't have Carlos Correa, but we got fried butter.
You know what the Twins should do? You know how teams will do like the home run hat or the home run trident?
Yeah.
Just a giant stick of butter.
Oh, by the way, she's too busy right now getting ready for, everything that's going on. But I surprised not just my wife, Kyle, but I think I said this on the air. Nick Kurtz went to the rival high school. Okay, he's from my wife from a very small town in Pennsylvania, Manheim, Pennsylvania. The larger city is Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Nick Kurtz went to the rival high school that she went to. So everybody, he's the biggest deal out there, and they call him the Big Amish because there's a ton of Amish people in that town. So Lawrence Butler was wearing the Big Amish shirt. There's shirts that are being made, and when he hits a home run, he churns the butter because they'd be out there churning butter, and the baked goods are just ridiculous out there. So I got my wife a Big Amish shirt, and I got her family, her mom and dad, Big Amish shirts, and none of them know. They're in the mail right now.
Nice.
So, technically it's an A's shirt, but it's really a Big Amish shirt.
Yeah, it's going towards whoever paid for the licensing for the shirt. But
it's a Big Amish shirt,
You know what was fun this weekend? I got to go on Friday to Sutter Health Park, and it was that Players Weekend thing where people had the funky bats and shoes and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So they did everyone's nicknames, which they used to put on the back of the jerseys, but then they had to get rid of that because people were misbehaving and putting bad words in Spanish and things like that. But at least for the player intros, they did the nicknames, and most of them was just like Langy or whatever. That most of them were boring.
Right.
But then you got to now batting number 16. Big Amish, and I was like, that's kind of cool.
It's a good one. Everyone's big now. It's the Big Dumper. It's the Big Amish. There's another big. You said there was another big running around.
Yeah,
what was that one?
No, there's a lot of them. The Chet's now the Big Oxtail.
I still don't know if that's actually real or you just made that up.
It is real. There's a few of them.
Got a couple texts coming in. 209 says, fried butter is weird, Kyle. Deep fried cholesterol. 916 says, deep fried butter, oh hell no. Heart attack on a stick. 530, I like butter. I will pick the knife, but deep fried butter is on another level. That's just a heart attack in the making. See, everybody said, nobody's talking about the deep fried Snickers.
Yeah, as if deep fried Oreos or deep fried Snickers is not also a heart attack on a stick.
It's less of a heart. You got nuts in there.
It's
you
butter.
Got chocolate.
At least butter is like a real thing that came out of an animal, not a Snickers bar that has whatever preservatives.
It's got nuts. It's got protein. It's got caramel.
While I've never had the deep fried butter, which we have to find now.
I'm not eating. There are lives. I have mouths to feed. I can't be eating deep fried butter.
I promise you. Now, again, they're both way down on the scale. I promise you deep fried butter is healthier than a deep fried Snickers bar. I promise you.
I understand why you're saying that, but it does not negate the principle. It does not negate. This is okay. 916. Nick is saying, does Kyle eat butter by itself? I think that's a point Allen is trying to make. Thank you, Nick.
But it's not by itself. You've got like the donut coating. It's like instead of eating a jelly-filled donut, you're just eating a butter-filled donut.
I can't believe you're standing on business for deep fried butter.
I've never even had it before, but I would eat it.
916-339-1140. Great stuff from Coach Eric Martins and the Big Amish and Kyle, the Big Butter. That's Kyle's new nickname, the Big Butter, as we are taking you up to 2 p.m.
I don't like that.
Yeah, no, well, then that's your name, the Big Butter. That's who you are.
The Big Butter.
The Big Butter.
Who is what is that the name of the guy from The Sandlot? What's the name of the big kid from The Sandlot? Is it Butter, or am I thinking of Bad News Bears? What am I doing here?
I don't know Big Butter.
Anyways.
I don't know.
Butterbeard? I don't know, whatever his name was.
Talking about Smalls?
I'm thinking of Bad News Bears, I think. Never mind. It's just Big Butter is.
Yeah, don't try to take this in a different direction, man. It's too late for you. It's too late for you.
Big Butter now.
Yeah, it is far too late. I was trying to segue. There's literally nothing from Big Butter, so we're not going to attempt.
Speaking of a butter jump shot.
No. Senor segue strikes again. No. The NBA free agents that are still available, it is a little bit confusing. Kyle, I've double checked this, and I'm just trying to confirm. Precious Achiuwa is still out of a job. Is that?
Yes, after he demanded a larger role on the Knicks last year.
Are we? I know he's 6'8" and can't shoot, and he's not going to help spacing. But if we're in minimum territory, hello, Kings. He's 25 years old. Hello, what are we talking about?
Well, you made fun of me during the May, what was that, May or June, when I suggested they should try and get Precious Achiuwa, but
no.
Now he's a center, but I guess the argument for signing Precious Achiuwa would be we're going to play Maxime Reynaud at the 4, which his coach from college said that's what you should do, is play him in that Chet Holmgren type of role where he can play a stretch 5, but is better as a tall man who shoots corner threes and does all that stuff. So I guess because at this point, Precious Achiuwa is kind of the best case scenario for Dylan Cardwell's career. Like, I don't know if Dylan Cardwell will turn into anything as a two-way guy, but you're talking about like a 6'8" center that's able to contribute on multiple NBA teams. I think that's probably, you sign Precious Achiuwa to kind of mentor Dylan Cardwell in a weird way.
I don't know about that. I mean, again, I'm kind of, I don't want to say I'm over it, but I'm kind of, Dylan Cardwell is where I stop. Okay, and there's some, Kings accounts out there, and they like to dive deep on, these are the same people that were really into Isaiah Crawford, and that's fine. But at some point, we cannot invest in every single person that the Kings sign. We cannot invest time in that either.
Sorry, we do have an update that is not listed on there, which is usually what happens. It is looking like Precious Achiuwa has signed with Olympiacos in Greece.
Wait, what?
Yeah, looks like Olympiacos pivoted to signing him after they couldn't get Jonas Valanciunas.
When was this?
I'm just seeing it on his Wikipedia page. It says he plays for Olympiacos. Let me do a little.
Yo, Olympiacos, they must have some real deal money out there, man. It also feels like Olympiacos has 27 people on their team. Nobody's ever signed anywhere else other than Olympiacos.
I'm trying to confirm if this story is true or not, or if Wikipedia is lying to me. But let's just pull up the Olympiacos roster right now and see what we can find.
August 1st, it says once they couldn't get Jonas Valanciunas, they pivoted to Precious Achiuwa. The big sneeze.
Yeah, I still can't believe we couldn't figure that out. I guess Evan Fournier is playing for Olympiacos right now.
I'm telling you, that roster has 27 people on it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
It's his Wikipedia says he played, but also Google is worthless now. So maybe I'm getting fooled here.
So look, if he is available, I think that's somebody that makes sense to me. Okay. And I'm just double checking. Yeah, there's literally nothing. He bought somewhere in South Beach. He NBA star just bought a stylish home in South Beach. That was July 10. I'm not seeing anything about Olympiacos. Okay.
Look on his Wikipedia.
I'm just saying I'm not seeing anything on the good old Twitter. I mean, look, I'll put it to you like this. Shams tells us about the most random people. Shams would have told us about Precious Achiuwa.
I think Lonnie Walker is gone also to overseas, but I feel like we would have seen that at some point.
Okay. Well, if he is available, I think the Kings should take a look.
The official Olympiacos roster does not list him. But it does have the third Antetokounmpo brother, the one that won a championship. Well, actually, I guess they've all won championships now. But
there's
Fournier,
17 people. There's 27 people on that roster.
Yeah.
All right. When we return, Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area joins us to talk Warriors, obviously. And yeah, I'm going to say it, Jonathan Kuminga. I also want to know whether we can get Dalton to admit that they should not have paid Jimmy Butler that type of money. That's what I'm trying to get Dalton to. He's not going to do it, but I'm going to try. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports injury update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Luis Severino, out with that left oblique strain, has resumed playing catch, and they expect a return in late August. Austin Wynns, out with that abdominal strain, is expected to return in 2026 as he still has not started any baseball activities. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by DTLA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they have won over $500 million in settlements. DTLA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay zero up front. Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
And we're back live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
11:30. And we are joined, as promised, by Dalton Johnson, who covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. Dalton, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
It's been too long. Look, I've kind of watched you kind of do your thing, man, and move up the ranks here. And I just want to say that you're doing a great job, and I'm really happy to have you on the show.
Well, I really appreciate that. Big time. Thank you. That means a lot tonight.
Let's start here, Dalton. With that being said, I had to butter you up, okay? Because I'm in Sacramento now, okay? And on behalf of Sacramentans everywhere, I saw the interview that you did with Steph. How much longer is Steph going to play? How much longer are we going to have to deal with this? What's going on out there in the Bay, man?
I mean, he says he's nowhere close. I mean, we see him running the hills in the weighted vest. And again, it's crazy to think the way that he and, obviously LeBron, KD, those guys, the way that we're seeing age now in sports, in a sport like basketball. And I think for someone like him too, at, 6'2", 6'3", the way he's always on the move is pretty amazing to see. But I always tell everyone, just cherish these moments, cherish these times, because the lights could go out at any time, but I don't imagine it getting too dim too soon.
Talking to Dalton Johnson, covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. All right, Dalton, from your perspective, how do you think this whole thing ends up with, I'm going to say it, Jonathan Kuminga?
Yeah, I mean, right now, I do expect him back on the Warriors, but I think that there's a very real chance that it is on the qualifying offer. That's not just a threat by him. It's something that he, I think, more so prefers than the current offer by them right now. And the longer this goes, the messier I'd expect it. And I think that the closer that we get to September and bleeding into September, the qualifying offer becomes more and more real, which to me is a much bigger risk for the Warriors than it is for Jonathan Kuminga.
So again, from the Sacramento perspective, if he is keeping that on the table and you are the Warriors, is it just a game of chicken, or do the Warriors say as it gets closer, all right, fine, Kings, that Malik Monk deal, and I understand, which it kind of got swept under the rug here when a lot of stuff went viral, that the Warriors would have to move off of Buddy Hield or Moses Moody in a deal for Malik Monk, or it could be hey, Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and can we talk about maybe a less protected first round or something like that? Is this a situation where, as it gets closer and Jonathan Kuminga says, I'll do it, don't test me, I'll do it, where the Warriors say, okay, fine, what's up, Kings? Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, it feels like a different kind of war of power from both sides right now, right? Mm-hmm. Where, you have to assume that there has to be some kind of date that maybe, it's written in pencil, not pen, that both sides are going, hey, if we reach here, we need to get to a conclusion, whether it is signing and staying, whether it is trading, whether it is a qualifying offer, whatever it might be. Like, we got to get to some kind of soft date, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, but again, Kuminga has until October 1st to do that qualifying offer. So I think that the Warriors feel like they're more in power because of what the market is right now for all restricted free agents, and that no one has cap space. And so they're like, look, we still control this. But I feel like Kuminga and his side are more so, well, then pick a lane. You either want him and show that you fully want him, or you let him go. So that's what I think is kind of the frustrations for both sides, is that the Warriors, technically, like from a business side, like they can go, look, there's nobody else right now that can give you what we're giving you on a yearly basis. So we hold the cards, but then the Kuminga camp's going, just show us what card you actually want then.
Right. Talking to Dalton Johnson, who covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. We saw the clip of Ramona Shelburne going around saying Joe Lacob says that he wants Jonathan Kuminga for a long time. And we all know that, right? A lot of us in the know, and now it's become a larger narrative, and people are well aware. Joe Lacob really likes Jonathan Kuminga. Dalton, what am I missing here? Joe Lacob signs the checks. Hey guys, let's do 3 years and be done with it. Well, why doesn't Joe Lacob just do that? What am I missing in that equation?
Well, that's a great way to say it. What am I missing in that equation? Because I don't know if the equation fully adds up. Mm-hmm. Because I think Joe Lacob definitely is a fan of Jonathan Kuminga. He likes him. He likes him as a person, as a kid, as a player, all that stuff. And I think that you look at the Warriors' history when it comes to the draft and young players, and why this might feel like the final hope if you're Joe Lacob, who had investment in James Wiseman, who we know what happened with the Jordan Poole situation. Moses Moody signed to an extension, and he's a rotation player, but right. Is he on a star trajectory? No. And Kuminga, out of all of them, is the one that can be, obviously. So I think for all those reasons, he likes him But also, did Joe Lickett say that he wanted Klay Thompson to be a Warrior for life? Yeah. I'm sure he did. But business comes down to business. And I think Joe, when it comes to business, always wants to win, no matter how much it might be. I love this guy. He's the future of our franchise. When he's looking at a pure business standpoint, he wants to make sure that he is the winner at the end of the day.
Dalton, were you surprised? Obviously, they made that trade and they moved off of a good bit for Jimmy Butler. But were you at all surprised the decision to pay Jimmy Butler that type of money over the next 2 years? The reason I was a bit surprised was simply because you traded for Jimmy, which I didn't think was going to make a lot of sense, and they went on that nice run at the end of the season. You traded for Jimmy, but it still feels like they need another number two. If Jimmy is a number two, I know he calls himself Robin, but from a scoring perspective, they still need more. And if you're paying three guys the amount of money you're paying Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, it feels like you shouldn't need as much as the Warriors still need. Were you surprised that they paid Jimmy, and do you think it was the right call?
Yeah, I don't know if I was so much surprised. I think going into the trade deadline and the talks about who was connected to the Warriors, one of the reasons that I was backed off of Jimmy Butler was more so I didn't think that they would want to give someone that age that kind of money up front, as they obviously did. But they clearly gave us a full commitment to Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. And is that enough? I don't know if it's enough, because right now, clearly it's not. And the rest of the West continues to load up, continues to get better and better. It's a team that they believe if Steph Curry was free, they would have moved on to the Western Conference Finals. And they did, I'll be honest, they did match up well against the Thunder, and they liked their chances there. But again, it's just the Thunder look pretty dang good right now.
I was going to let you cook. I was going to let you cook.
Yeah, I was like, they are pretty good, though, let's be real. But as far as if it's the right decision, I think it is, as far as you need to show your commitment right away to, look, this is who we are. We are on the pure Steph timeline, and that's what it goes back to making this Jonathan Kuminga situation complicated. If you went in and showed that you are all in on these guys who are in their mid to late 30s, then do that. Right. Be there, right? So I think from a business standpoint and from a communication standpoint, that has to be a little confusing on the Kuminga end. Hey, if you showed that this is your trajectory, then okay, either give a real offer that would be a real market in usual times, or let him free and get what you can get out of him right now. So it's a complicated situation when you break it down in all those different avenues, I would say.
Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Go check out his new work with Steph Curry, exclusive interview. Dalton, before we get you out of here, and we appreciate the time, that's what I'm trying to figure out, Dalton, because, Vegas puts out these odds, these win totals, and I think a lot of people are projecting the Warriors to maybe be at the top end of the play-in again, or the 6th seed, something like that. What is the ideal situation for the Warriors regarding Jonathan Kuminga? And with that ideal situation, you kind of answered it because they think that they would have beat the Thunder, which is, okay, that's fine. We'll never know. But from Jonathan Kuminga to adding Al Horford and Steph's brothers, Seth Curry and DeAnthony Melton, the path for them to truly contend.
The path for them to truly contend is tough. There's obviously hurdles there. There's obstacles. I brought up Steph Curry and his age earlier, and look, it's not like he's Robert Parrish, 43 on the 19 Bulls by any means, but right. It's looking at the oldest player to ever win a championship and average 20 points per game in that season was Kareem in his age 37 season, 84-85, and that's where Steph Curry is right now. And he's going to be continuing to move up that list, obviously, right? So I talked about he's able to kind of push that peak. The numbers speak for themselves with him, with Jimmy. But then you bring up Jonathan Kuminga. And here's what I mean with the complicated situation is the fact that does he fit that timeline? Maybe not. But does he fit you need to have that 23-year-old who can go out and score on a nightly basis, Because look, Steph Curry, the last 2 seasons, has played at least 70 games. You're going to get that again from him in year 17.
Right.
Jimmy Butler, he hasn't played the 65-game threshold to make awards since 2018-19.
Right.
We know that he's going to rest his body at times throughout the regular season. Draymond Green can only take on Goliath so long, right? He's going to have some rest too. If all you care about are the playoffs, then isn't it kind of ideal to be able to lean on a 23-year-old who sees himself as a go-to scorer at certain portions throughout the regular season? That's how I'm kind of leaning towards it now. Is you look at the schedule, you look at if this team actually wants to make a real push in the playoffs, history isn't on their side. So maybe a 23-year-old can be that ultimate wild card to buck the trends and to beat history.
Dalton, look, I'm going to get you out of here, but just a quick bonus question because of what you said. If Kuminga takes the qualifying offer, do you think that's a possibility? Because obviously he could say no to a trade. So do you think there is a world where he takes the qualifying offer and basically they come to a decision, okay, the Warriors are going to lose him in free agency, but you are going to be our go-to guy because these guys are going to miss time. In turn, you will get to raise your value, right? You might not get it every single night. You're not going to play 35 minutes a night, but in turn, you will get to raise your value. Let's just kind of dead all the drama, and it is what it is. Do you see that as obviously not ideal for either side, but at least it's more ideal for Jonathan Kuminga than for the Warriors, but could they be willing to do that?
I think that's the best scenario to make it as ideal as possible, actually, for both sides. Because you think about it from a mental standpoint right now, and it has to be tough. But, and is Jonathan Kuminga a perfect player? No. Has he had his ups and downs? Yes. But I think that he is in that foggy situation of going into year 5 and trying to understand, okay, who do you actually see me as? Where is the full investment? And he's seen the way that this offseason has played out, and it hasn't been the best, obviously.
Right.
And then if he takes the qualifying offer, he is going to feel, I'm sure, I would assume, a little bit of disrespect there. But if you go, look, we understand this is 100% going to be your last season. We know you're going to be unrestricted free agent, and you're going to want to spread your wings and find some greener grass on the other side. Let's freaking play through you. You give us your best. And we're going to map out these times. Hey, Steph is off tonight. Hey, Jimmy's off tonight. We need to rest this guy. Hey, it's second out of back-to-back. This needs to be a Jonathan Kuminga night. So I think that's the best way, honestly, if he does come back and it is on that qualifying offer, to make it as ideal of a situation for both sides as possible for this one, probably last season.
Dalton Johnson, thank you so much. That was great, man. NBC Sports Bay Area covering that team in the Bay, the Warriors. Be sure to follow him on social media. Go check out his new piece on Steph Curry and the interview that he did for NBC Sports Bay Area. Dalton, thank you so much. It was great catching up. Let's do it again soon, and enjoy the rest of your week, man.
Appreciate it, Alan. Thank you, man. It was a lot of fun.
Great stuff from Dalton Johnson. When we return, let's fully rehash the free agent tracker. We're trying to get the most up-to-date free agent tracker that we can find and decide whether or not the Kings should make some more moves. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection, 0.5 milligrams.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
High Voltage Live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents 6 big fights featuring undefeated fighters. Thunder Showdown September 6th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets at Ticketmaster. Fight cards subject to change.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
A bunch of butter jokes coming in. Thank you to Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. Dalton and I got started around the same time on this media thing. Dalton probably got started a little bit before me, I would guess, but really exciting to see Dalton do his thing for NBC Sports Bay Area and the Warriors. Go check out all his work. And look, he gave us some good information. I know y'all get on us about all the Kuminga talk, but he did have some I guess a different take on things that we have that we haven't heard before. Obviously, Anthony Slater's doing his thing with ESPN, but just from the kind of local view of this, yeah, it sounds like, and that's how we ended the conversation, the Warriors could say, hey, this is money that we don't have to spend. If you really want to do the qualifying offer thing, if you're going to do it in good faith, okay, fine. Right? Let's just get through this season. You know how things are going to be the way they've been before. When we need you, we'll call on you. If Steve Kerr's in a mood because he doesn't really like you, then you're not going to play. And you'll play enough to raise your value when you are an unrestricted free agent. all's well that ends well. And then that's money that's never on our books. And we can go and get a $20 whatever million player for the 2026, 2027 season. That could be it. That could pretty much be it. Now, is Kuminga willing to play ball in that way and just be chill? I don't know.
Well, it depends on what he wants, right? Because if he's like, I want to control this situation because I want to get out of here, then it changes the terms a little bit, because that kind of goes back to what Ramona Shelburne said, right? Is like, if he's going to come in and it's going to be messy and he's not going to play much and him and Steve Kerr are going to be fighting, for better players like Jimmy Butler and James Harden and Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant, that's the strategy to get out of a place you want to go and go to exactly where you want to, is to just make things messy. It's worked many times in the past. I just don't know if Kuminga has enough leverage right now to really be able to pull that off.
916-339-1140. 916, this game is continuing to happen. 916 says, OMG, Allen, just got in my car at 11:48 today. It took 22 seconds before you said Kuminga. Well, you just keep getting in your car at 11. Okay? If you are in your car around 11, Kuminga probably came up. You just missed a great interview, by the way. 916 with Dalton Johnson, who covers the Warriors for NBC Sports Bay Area. So you can count that if you want for your little game, but hey, I don't know what to tell you. Kyle, some of the butter conversation that has been coming up, 209, and people are really in on this with
butter situation.
Now they are talking to ChatGPT. 209 says, fried butter is worse for your heart. All saturated fat, all sugar. It's a fat bomb. The Stockton, they asked ChatGPT out there, okay? Fried Snickers is fried Snickers is worse for your waistline, and fried butter is worse for your heart.
Yeah, I would just like to say to that first person, like, yes, I understand fried butter is not healthy for you. But what kind of weird Americanized world did we live in where we believe that Snickers bars coated in batter and deep fried is somehow healthier than just a stick of butter?
There's nuts in it. That's protein.
In a Snickers bar?
There's protein. Okay? The 916 Nick is saying a stick of butter is 810 calories, 92 grams of fat. No way it's healthier for you. LOL. So we're having this butter conversation.
You could say it's a butter situation.
It is a butter situation. Thank you, Jake LaRavia. I am going to miss. How bad is it going to be third game? Jake LaRavia just goes off.
Oh yeah, that's right. He is coming back pretty quick. We got so caught up in
Is he going to get a video?
No. For what? For 18 games?
I think he deserves a video. Those were 18 really fun games.
They didn't even give one to Kevin Huerter, man.
Well, come on.
I mean, they probably should have, but
don't get me started on Kevin Huerter.
Beam team, man.
Kevin Huerter. He's throwing too many shots. Man. Okay.
He gave it to us when he came back,
530 says, missed the part of the show. Do we have optimistic Allen today? You have butter-filled Kyle today. And what was your nickname? Big Butter?
Big Butter is what we're going with now.
Okay, all because if we, and by the way, I know our program director has been on, I was talking to a program director, he's on paternity leave, but he's been listening to the show, right? So he said, it's been fun to just listen to the show and not break it down, the numbers and all of that. So if he chimes in today, if he's listening today,
it's just
the way we got to fried butter and the calories and grams of butter could not explain it.
The way we got to me somehow being called the Big Butter.
That's right.
Which, by the way, shout out to the guy on the text line. I want to get it right. 916 on the text line, who reminded me that Coach Buttermaker is the coach in Bad News Bears. I was not crazy. I knew what I was talking about. Yeah. Thank you.
Coach Buttermaker.
Yeah, of course. Once you call me the Big Butter, I'm like, I feel like that's the nickname of the coach from Bad News Bears.
Yeah. Big Butter behind the glass has a nice ring to it, says the 530.
We've got a few nicknames now for me.
12 o'clock We still have the free agent tracker that is somewhat updated from NBA.com. But more importantly, following up on the conversation from yesterday, are we sure Malik Monk is going to be the sixth man on the upcoming season Sacramento Kings? We'll explain when we return. Now on South Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Time now for your Sacktown Sports 49ers report, brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located beside the Vacaville outlets. Jake Moody hit a walk-off game-winning 59-yard field goal on Saturday as the 49ers beat Las Vegas 22-19. Moody had 5 field goals on the afternoon. Brock Purdy played, and he was 5 of 7 for 66 yards in the opening series. 49ers played their final preseason game this Saturday. Listen right here at 5:30 p.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief. Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time. But Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
KHD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
This is my problem with the app. This is what I'm saying about the Apple Watch, man. I got up to get coffee, and I just got the little thing. It says, "This is your time to stand," and now I'm gonna miss. Let's hold on.
All right, go for it. Yeah, you gotta see. This is what Allen does during breaks. He tries to trick the device.
But I did it. I'm not tricking the device because I did get up in the 11 o'clock hour, but it didn't register.
So now you're just lying to it.
I'm getting my get back. I deserve that hour. If I didn't get up, then I wouldn't be doing it.
This can't happen every day. It can't be every day you're fighting to try and get hours
I got
back.
about 2 seconds left, man. 2 minutes. This is ridiculous.
I feel like this is why
Oh, got it.
This is why I don't do the smartwatch, okay?
But I don't understand why you're ignoring the fact that I did get up in the 11 o'clock hour, but it didn't register.
I don't understand why you have to be so dead set on getting up. Just because the watch tells you to?
Because I want to make sure that they know I'm getting up.
Okay.
Because if I'm going to eat deep fried Snickers, I have to be healthy.
You're sure. If you wanted to be healthier, just eat the deep fried butter.
No. We're not
we have to find this now. Where can we find deep fried butter?
I will not be finding that. 916-339-1140. Taking you up to 2 p.m. 2 more hours with you. And Kyle, very, very nice breakdown from Kyle, as it just popped into my head yesterday that I'm not quite sure Malik Monk is even going to be the sixth man on the upcoming Kings team. And I'm not talking about him being traded. He could still be on the team. But, with the Keon Ellis conversation that has been had, if Russell Westbrook does get added to the squad, the Nick Cliffords of the world, I know he's got to play in a real NBA game, but there's a lot of competition out there. And if we already know that Malik has been pointed out as the odd man out, this could get a little squirrely. All right. So let's start here. Malik Monk averaged 31.6 minutes per game in the 2024-2025 season. That's a decent bit of minutes. Okay. Obviously, certain guys played more, even on the Kings. I think DeMar DeRozan was above that, but that's healthy. Anytime you're over 30, that is healthy. Okay. Now, Kyle has broken this down by the 8,000 different types of Kings teams that Malik Monk played on just last season. All right. So coming off the bench to start the season, 13 games, he was playing 26.7 minutes. And let's not forget, that's Malik Monk with the weird Kevin Huerter stuff that was going on, and he couldn't make a shot. So Malik was playing a decent amount of time. He's sitting at 26.7. Then he entered the starting lineup until Mike Brown got canned, 33.3 minutes. That's a heck of a lot of time. Starting lineup with Doug Christie and De'Aaron Fox, 18 games. I can't believe that it was 18 games of that. 34.8 minutes, but let's not forget De'Aaron Fox was injured for what felt like 5 or 6 of those games.
Yep, and he was playing some point guard.
Post De'Aaron Fox trade as point guard, 16 games, 35.1 minutes. All right. And at the beginning, let's go back to the beginning quick. That was with Keon in the doghouse.
Yeah.
Okay. Now
they were running Jay Crowder out there.
They were running Jay Crowder and his back brace out there.
Doug McDermott started a game.
Post De'Aaron Fox trade, when he did come off the bench the last 5 games, he was only at 24.4 minutes per game.
I threw out the game where he got injured because that was messing up the average.
So, that's the smallest sample size. And obviously, you have the 16 games where De'Aaron is gone and it's Levine. You're at 35 minutes per game. Kyle, this is a tough one, and it all averages out to 31 minutes per game. You add Dennis Schroeder. You add Nick Clifford. You add Devin Carter missed time. Obviously, there's Keon Ellis. Let's set it here, Kyle, and we're going to ask, basically, we're asking the 6-man question, but I also want to ask it this way. Kyle, I am going to set the over-under minutes per game for the 2025-2026 season for Malik Monk. Kyle, off the top of my head, I'm going to set this bad boy at 27 minutes. Will Malik Monk play or average more or less than 27 minutes a game on the Sacramento Kings?
This is tough because A, I don't know if Malik Monk's going to make it the whole season. B, if somebody gets injured, he is going to probably eclipse that total. But I think I'm going to go under 27 minutes per game. I should probably look up what his totals were during the Beam Team season just to kind of give a gauge, because I would imagine he plays less next season than he has in any season with the Sacramento Kings.
I agree.
So his low minutes per game just in Sacramento, we're looking at 22 the Beam Team season, 26 in 2024, and 31 last year. I would lean.
How much in the Beam Team season?
22.3
minutes a game.
Yeah, he was playing 22.3 minutes per game that season. He was the first guy off the bench, but they were also very healthy that season. So closing lineups, it was Kevin Herter sometimes. Closing lineups, it was Harrison Barnes. For example, game 4 of that playoff game, it was the starting 5.
And I'm be honest with you, when I first thought about this over-under, I was going to say 25 minutes, then I wussed out and gave it 2 more minutes. But honestly, I think I definitely would go over 27 minutes per game. I might go under 25. Now that you said what you said, I might go under 25 minutes.
I mean, here's the reference point, and I'm going to just pull up StatMuse just to confirm it, but it looks like he was averaging under 25 minutes per game in the 2 seasons he was coming off the bench. Yeah. So that if he's going to be coming off the bench this season, which is why I prefaced it by saying, unless somebody gets injured, right? Because if you lose that scoring, whether it's Schroeder, Levine, or DeRozan because of injury for an extended period of time, then of course you're going to have Malik playing more often. But yeah, I would lean towards even under 25 if I had to guess. I mean, it seems like he's kind of stuck right now because they're going to play Keon Ellis alternating with Zach LaVine. I just don't know where he's going to fit in.
No, I don't even know. Like I said, I don't know that he is going to be viewed as the quote unquote 6th man. This is just based on what Doug Christie and Scott Perry are telling us that they want out there, and the fact that he's been on the trade market this whole time. So Kyle, when Naz Reid, this is interesting. When Naz Reid won 6th man of the year, he averaged 24 minutes per game. I thought it would be higher. So in 2023, 2024, when Malik got robbed, Naz Reid played 24.2 minutes per game. And Peyton Pritchard, who just won 6th man of the year, he played 28.4 minutes per game for the Boston Celtics. So there's a range, right? And so Malik, look, you got to be 6th man of the team to be in this conversation, but there is a range. I thought Naz Reid played way more minutes than that in 2024.
So how many minutes did you say Naz Reid played in 2024?
In 2024, Naz Reid won 6th man of the year playing 24.2 minutes per game.
If you had to guess from when, I have the number right here, from when Malik Monk first joined the Beam Team in 2022 until he became the starter in, I think it was December 1st of last season. You want to guess how many minutes Malik Monk played per game on the Sacramento Kings? It was 162 games coming off the bench, every single one off the bench.
Well, based on you saying Beam Team was only 22, you're asking for the average?
Yes.
Yeah, well, because
for his entire time coming off the bench.
I'm going to say 24.
It was 24.2.
Yeah.
Literally, that is exactly what Naz Reid was playing in the 6th man role on the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, man. Which now...
Is he even that?
No, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
24.2 with no, you're missing guards. Guys are getting injured, right? Davion basically was in the doghouse. Okay. Now, going into this season, Dennis Schroeder, obviously Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, but the additions, Dennis Schroeder, Devin Carter, Nick Clifford, Keon Ellis. That's 4 guys. And 4 guys that all have either roles that are more baked out or do things that Doug Christie and Scott Perry has told us they value. Now, somebody got to score the basketball. But I am very concerned for Malik Monk that his numbers and his minutes, and this is a conversation that I haven't heard anybody else have. But I am a bit concerned for Malik Monk and the amount of minutes that he'll get to play, which sounds crazy even saying it, but based on what this team will need, if Zach LaVine is playing 30 whatever minutes and DeMar DeRozan is playing 30 whatever minutes, those are your scores.
Yeah, and that's the tough situation I'm in with Malik, because we knew this last year, right? When we talked about the golden rules and everything else, we know it doesn't make sense to play Malik, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan on the floor together. You know, Malik's best skill set is scoring from the wing. Zach LaVine's best skill set is scoring from the wing with the ball in his hands. We know DeMar DeRozan goes into his office, all that stuff, right? But they're preparing to play significant minutes with a lineup that consists of Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan, which is not entirely dissimilar than Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan as well. You're going to get very little to no defense. You're going to get three guys who, you know, Dennis Schroeder is a great passer, but Dennis Schroeder also can get his own. So three guys who can get their own shot. And then you've also got Keegan Murray there. Like, we don't really know what to do with him. So while I don't think their offense is going to be too dissimilar than last year, it just kind of leaves Malik Monk and to a certain extent Devin Carter, but specifically Malik Monk as the odd man out in terms of that group of three, because when Zach LaVine comes out of the game, you're still going to have DeRozan. When DeRozan comes out of the game, you're theoretically still going to have Dennis Schroeder. It's just kind of, how are they going to be able to make this rotation work when at all times you're going to have net negative defenders at the 1, 2, and 3 position who all are get their own shot guys?
If you look at Malik Monk, and I know his career has had a couple ups and downs, more ups than downs recently, but listen to this. Malik Monk last season and all the minutes that he's played, right? He averaged 17.2 points per game, 3.8 rebounds per game, 5.6 assists per game, 43.9 from the field, 32% from three, 86% from the free throw line, okay? That's in 65 games. He averages for his career 12.3 points, 2.6 rebounds, 3.2 assists, 43% from the field, 35% from three. So a down year shooting the basketball from 3-point range. And I get it. We probably could, and here we have it right now. He has averaged 15 points per game on the Kings specifically. I think that is important because we know how things were when he was in Charlotte. But if you do look at it from a career standpoint, and again, this team has changed a bit. Everybody wants to bag on Dennis Schroeder, and I get it. Dennis Schroeder, last season, 13.1 points per game, 2.6 rebounds per game, 5.4 assists per game, 40% from the field, 34% from three, 83% from free throw. For his career, 13.9 points per game, 2.9 rebounds, 4.9 assists, 43.2 from the field, 34.2 exactly the same as this past season, 34.2 from three, 83% from free throw. So they are similar. It makes sense, right? What's funny is that, and I know it kind of doesn't count because Dennis Schroeder has been just all around. He was with 3 different teams. Just looking at Malik's time, he's averaged 4.8 assists with the Kings, which is so funny because, and this is a separate conversation, I don't know what to do with the assist stat at times because assists somehow doesn't necessarily equal good point guard play.
No,
because you would say, well, Allen, Malik averages the same assists as Dennis Schroeder or maybe more in some years. Yeah, you're right. But they do not have him slotted as a point guard. And Malik said he is more comfortable at the 2. But I say all this because now you take a look at what Scott Perry, and I know this is for everybody out there that thought that we were on the Kings payroll. And by the way, it wasn't just 1140. We get that. People look at us like that because we're the flagship and we have the partnership. But everybody, people that have no association with the Kings and they just cover the Kings in the Sacramento area, everybody had essentially the same story on Malik as far as the other offers that were out there and the Kings feeling as if they wanted to move off of him for a lot of the odd man out stuff. Now, when you hear the term odd man out, you wonder, well, nobody does what Malik does. Then you start to look at some of these numbers, and no, he is not as electric, and no, he is not as fun to watch. But from the standpoint of what you're looking for and what you need, you add Dennis Schroeder. Why do you need Malik Monk?
But I think they agreed, right? Because that's why they were talking about the sign and trade scenario with Malik at the beginning of free agency.
No. Yeah, I'm saying from a listener fan perspective, myself included.
Yeah.
I'm thinking this is stupid. Okay, Dennis Schroeder for Malik Monk. What are you talking about? And I'm not normally a numbers guy, but you start to look at some of these numbers and you think, okay, well, if they have Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk is now a 2 behind the other 2s, Malik Monk is a very kind of niche. Oh, here's our scoring 2 that isn't great defensively that we'll need at times when Levine is off or DeMar is off or one of them is injured. So with that being said, I don't know how he gets to 25 to over 25 minutes per game.
Well, at least on the old Beam team, actually, I feel like we shouldn't call it the Beam team. The Beam team was the team that broke the playoff drought. This is now the Sacramento Kings post Beam team.
Okay.
But anyways, on the Beam team, it was like, okay, Kevin Huerter is alternating with Malik Monk and you're getting different skill sets.
Yes.
Now it's like we have Zach LaVine who alternates with Malik Monk while we also have Keon Ellis, while we also have Devin Carter, who won't find the floor if Malik Monk is alternating with Zach LaVine.
And now throw in Nick Clifford.
Exactly, because now we have Nick Clifford, who's supposed to be the new Jake LaRavia, who's just going to shadow DeMar DeRozan and fill those backup minutes. So it's like, and we're just rehashing the same conversation of like, yes, the roster construction doesn't make sense. But when you really stop to think about it, somebody is going to get squeezed. And based on skill set, when you have net negative defender in Zach LaVine, net negative defender in DeRozan, who both are very not good defenders, and Dennis Schroeder, who has, according to the nerd stats, had one above average defensive season in the last 4 years, something's going to have to give, or you're just going to play an entire backcourt that essentially can't play defense the entire time. And then you throw in Russell Westbrook potentially, and it's just like, where are you going to get your defense from?
Yeah, the problem is Malik Monk cannot play with your big money / most used or will be most used players, because you cannot play Malik Monk with Zach LaVine and with DeMar DeRozan. So you have to find combinations where Malik Monk can fit in. If it's Malik Monk, it's the rules from last season. Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, and Keon, but now you don't have a point guard. Malik Monk, Dennis Schroeder, and DeMar DeRozan. That offense is kind of weak. Or excuse me, that defense is kind of weak. So the problem is, I understand why they felt like they had to go get Dennis Schroeder, but the problem is if they want to address the fact that those 3 guys, going back to the minutes played and the plus minus, those 3 guys, Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, and DeMar DeRozan, that combination with, I think, Keegan and Domantas Sabonis, one of the worst combinations last season, that's the biggest problem. The other 2 guards will damn near help Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan because they are the scorers. Malik Monk being in there, okay, cool. That's in theory more scoring, but you're just a bunch of snow. You're basically you ever done a motorcycle test when you got to drive around the cones? That's basically what the defense is if you play those 3 guys together.
Which, in fairness, I think they recognize, right?
Which is why they tried to move them.
Yeah, that's why they've tried to move one of them all summer. Now, we thought it was going to be DeRozan at first. And then it became pretty clear kind of around draft time, I feel like, that it's like, oh no, they actually are motivated to move Malik Monk and see what they could get back in return. But then after the draft, once you make the selection of Nick Clifford, once you sign Dennis Schroeder, essentially using cap space, once you trade Jonas Valanciunas, then it becomes like, now there's even more incentive to trade one of those 3 guys because now there's not enough space for them in the rotation. And it feels like they've been trying and trying and trying. And they're going to have to face the reality of like, there's a pretty good chance they're going to go into the season next year with all three of them again. And I just cannot believe that that's the situation. I'm surprised if they get to training camp with those four guys all together. And I throw Keon Ellis in there knowing he's going to be on the team. But if they get back to training camp with all four of those guys being Levine, DeRozan, Monk, and Keon, I'm going to be really surprised. But then in my mind, I'm going to be like, there's just no way they're going to make it past the trade deadline, right? They're going to have to move one of them at some point.
Well, they're moving. Well, that's why you're moving someone, or someone is just not going to play as much. And again, odd man out. They have already been on record saying Keon Ellis does things that nobody else on this team. That was somebody that spoke to Spa Track. And I don't think they were named, but somebody from the Kings organization. Keon Ellis does things, because I think it was our guy Keith Smith.
Yeah.
Keon Ellis does things that nobody else on this team does, specifically from the guard position. So we know Keon's going to get his time. Again, DeMar DeRozan is going to get his time, and Zach LaVine is going to get his time. So that leaves one person.
I mean, we see the advert. I saw they finally put up the electronic billboards. It's Sabonis, LaVine, and DeRozan. I heard Jason Ross doing the voice advertising on this station. They're talking about Sabonis, DeRozan, and Zach LaVine. Those are the names they keep mentioning. Those are the names they are certainly planning to have be on the team to start the season. And to your point, I think last season showed us, Keon Ellis is a better fit than Kevin Huerter. I mean, they made that conclusion when Mike Brown was still the coach, when Kevin Huerter was getting no minutes. But then they kind of made the conclusion towards the end of the season, no, we're actually better with Keon Ellis in the starting lineup than Malik Monk.
We're just not going to say anything.
No,
we're not going to start.
Doug's going to deny it and say it doesn't matter who starts, it matters who finishes. But they made it pretty clear where they stand. Like Keon Ellis, and by the way, so many Kings fans, specifically Kings Twitter people, but how many times did we have to put on the ban list, start Keon over Malik, start Keon over Malik? I mean, people recognize that the team is better that way. And next season, it's essentially who's going to be the sixth man, Keon Ellis or Malik.
This is such an odd team. It's so odd. You have DeMar DeRozan, who everybody thought was going to get moved. Zach LaVine, who everybody knows did not get moved because he's overpaid, or it is perceived that he is overpaid. Malik Monk, who's been dangled in trade talks throughout the whole summer. Keon Ellis, who they picked up his option, so he could be a free agent at the end of the season. Keegan Murray, who they still haven't signed to an extension. That's five of your rotation players with just, it's just so weird. And I feel bad for fans, because if your team is bad, it needs to be bad for a reason. It just feels like we're just waiting. We are all in limbo to see, okay, when is this actually going to start? Because you cannot sell that you're trying to contend with this team when there's a report every week that you are trying to add something else.
Why the Kuminga thing makes so much sense if you can get him for Malik Monk in the draft pick, regardless of what the protections are on the draft pick. It's why it makes so much sense for this team, because there is a world where you bring Malik Monk back, and if he's not going to get playing time and is going to make $18 million, that value is only going to go down.
Yeah.
Which I guess Scott Perry in a way kind of recognized, if not because they tried to trade him to Detroit. They've tried to shop him to Golden State. I think they recognize as much at this point, which sucks for Malik. I think the problem is just that they traded their star point guard for Zach LaVine, who does the same things as Malik Monk, but better.
Yeah. And I'm looking here. A Seen Brighter Sun says, I suspect Monk and Keon will come together as, kind of a combo, a six-man for LaVine and Schroeder in the first sub. I think you're probably right. I don't know. I still don't know how much time that leaves for Malik. I think you're right. I think Malik will be the first sub for LaVine for now.
But then where's Keon?
Keon, well, and that's the other part of it I guess to kind of combat what Seen Brighter Sons is saying. Keon's on, there's no point guard. You can't sub in Monk and Keon, because that's why they brought Dennis Schroeder, because neither of them are point guards. Now, that's what I've said. Can you get away with, I believe you can get away with 15 minutes of Malik Monk point guard play. I believe that, but I don't think the Kings do. That's why they're chasing down Russell Westbrook before he gets to China.
Yeah, I do think that Malik Monk right now would be slotted in as the secondary ball handler, as we'll call it, because if they were even to go that situation where he's shadowing Dennis Schroeder, I'd rather just have Zach LaVine be the ball handler when it's him and Monk and DeRozan, or him and Monk and Nick Clifford.
Either way, I'm just not I am currently not seeing a way for Malik Monk to get to 27 minutes a game, and I'm tempted to say I don't know how Malik Monk gets to 25 minutes.
I think we know what the answer is here for Malik Monk. So we're going to need Malik Monk to learn how to play power forward.
Oh, yeah.
Shoot corner threes. Just sit in the corner and shoot threes, Malik. Can you do that? And then can you guard Zion Williamson? If you, Malik Monk, can guard Zion Williamson at the 4.
Or Aaron Gordon.
I mean, DeMar DeRozan couldn't, but they still tried to put DeMar DeRozan on 4.
And all jokes aside, the other part of this, look, this all gets blown up if Malik is just on a heater. If Malik is just having a career year offensively, then conversations will change.
Well, then bye-bye Keon Ellis, right?
Something has got to give.
Yeah, if Malik Monk is having a career year on offense, then yes, he'll shadow LaVine and DeRozan. But then Keon Ellis is not going to play, or Nick Clifford is not going to play, or Devin Carter is not going to play, or someone's going to get injured, and then it's going to open up space for everyone. But in theory, if DeMar DeRozan and DeMar DeRozan remarkably healthy throughout his career, but if DeMar DeRozan misses 15 games, well, then in theory, the Kings are a worse team without DeMar DeRozan.
When we return, look, I like to have a little bit of fun when it comes to De'Aaron Fox, but even I think this is too far. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
The Drive Guys.
And I know you guys missed me, so I was like, I'm coming in.
We're starting to get used to it. I'm not having you, actually.
I mean, I actually felt bad for Jay too. I'm like, damn, Jay, you got to work with this dude for 4 hours. And I'm like, let me come help Jay. No, I'm messing with you. You know what though? I missed you the other night.
You can listen to The Drive Guys Monday through Friday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on 1140 a.m. YouTube and the Sacktown Sports app.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
People are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, from Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville, because they've seen for themselves the huge selection and the best prices at SackSuperstore.com. Good luck finding a lower price anywhere else. And if you do, they'll match it. It's as simple as that. Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, where a handshake still means something. Open until 10 o'clock and essentially located right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. And online at SackSuperstore.com. The guaranteed lowest price and the best selection of Dodge, Chrysler, Jeeps, and Rams. SackSuperstore.com.
Brought to you by Xfinity. Sports are unpredictable. The price of your internet shouldn't be. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for 5 years with no annual contracts. Guaranteed.
Get ready for the return of record-breaking speed. Saturday, August 23rd, the Johnny Brazil Memorial roars into Stockton 99 Speedway for a night of legendary racing. Speed Tour Super Modified, unleash mind-blowing horsepower and more. Gates at 5, racing at 7. Tickets start at just $20 at Stockton99.com. Be there.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
I was joking with Kyle this morning because there are 2 times, and maybe there's more than that for you, but I would say 2 large times where you'll get a text from a random bro, and you'll, for a second, not know why they sent the text, but then you will quickly remember why they sent the text. So today I'm getting ready to come in, and it's 8 in the morning, and I get a text from one of my close friends' brother-in-law, right? I have his number. We've golfed a couple times. We do not kick it, right, per se, but we hang out when I'm with my friend because it's his brother-in-law. So it crosses my mind, why in the world would he be texting me? And then it hits me about 15 seconds later. Oh, yep, it's that time. Fantasy football. That's where you'll get random emails from people. Hey, Al, haven't talked to you in a while. How you been? Hey, anyway, the only other time off the top of my head, there's fantasy football where you'll get random texts from people and emails, an old coworker. Hey, did you still want to join? We're looking for more people. The only other time, and I fall for it for about the first, 15 seconds again, March Madness. Random texts.
Bracket pool.
Round March. Hey, you want to join why is my old coworker from 2015 texting me? Oh, yep, the bracket.
Yeah, you want to need your $25 for the bracket pool.
Exactly. So that's what I got this morning.
You got the fantasy football text,
and I already knew. I said, why is he texting me at 8? Oh, yeah. Sorry, already in too many leagues. So, have you gotten any of those yet, Kyle?
Sorry, say that again.
Have you gotten any of those?
I got one last week. I got invited to a new league this year too. So it's like a bunch of people I haven't talked to in years, because there's one friend that connected me with a bunch of other people. It's some of his high school friends and some college friends and stuff like that. But it's like I know like 4 people and I haven't talked to you in years type of situation. So I got that one. And then, the one with our high school friends. My guy Jack is really good about like keeping people in the loop throughout fantasy
football. Sounds like
football.
You have a bookie, by the way. My guy Jack.
You
got a guy.
Pretty good. He's pretty good at keeping us in the loop, but
my guy Jack is pretty good at making sure we don't get caught up for any activity for any Jonte Porter type activities.
No, Jack is great. He sends it out in July. That's how on top of it he is. He is sending out fantasy football notifications mid-July, month before we're drafting, proposing rule changes, doing all sorts of stuff. So we're already in the clear for that one. But yes,
that's your main one.
Yes, that's our main one where I have won 3 championships in 5 years.
Look, I might come off. Look, man, I got more diapers to buy. I might come off a little broke boy here. Okay, but I get a text. You ever get a text and you're hoping other people feel the same way as you, but then they don't? So I get a text yesterday, and I think the whole thing, this guy, how do I say? This guy, he likes to enjoy the gaming world, right? He's big on that. We have the FanDuel League. So right now I have FanDuel football that we're doing, and then I have one of the fantasy leagues here, and then I have one with my River Kitties coworkers, right? So you ever have a situation where you're not really sure you want to spend that? So I'm in 3 total.
Yep.
2 fantasy, 1 FanDuel. And I think the problem is we don't have a ton of people. I think we're at about 6 or so, whatever, and we do it through this is the FanDuel League.
Yeah.
Okay. So I love it. It's no commitment, just Saturday night. As you're enjoying a beverage, you just pick who you want, or Sunday morning.
The
right?
the weekly fantasy.
The
one,
weekly fantasy. I love it.
You get a certain amount of points, and you have to allocate it to build a team.
I got this second baby on the way. Tell me why my guy. And like I said, I might sound broke boy. This guy hits me up and says, "Hey, everybody good with the $150 buy-in? $150 for one league.
You're not trying to care like that.
So I'm waiting." Yeah, because I can't be broke boy, right? So I'm waiting, hoping somebody says, I think I'm solid with 100, right? Then I just see people starting to react to it with thumbs up. And I'm stuck because I can't be that guy.
I mean, that sounds like loser mentality here, Allen, because here's the thing. If you win your league, you've paid for your league for the next 6 years.
And then it was weird because he said the final amount of money, because I gotta check the math on this, because there's at least 7 or so, and I know FanDuel takes a little bit of money. $150 buy, and then he said winner gets $650. I'm like, that doesn't sound like enough. That ain't enough.
Well,
for 150, I need $1,000.
Are they saying like second place gets 150 or something?
I gotta double check, but for 150, I better be winning $1,000, brother.
I mean,
I'm not messing with.
If it's 6 people, then I guess he's saying like if you get second place, you get your money back, or if you get third place, you get your money back.
Check.
But I don't
want
know.
to be broke boy, but 150, it's kind of steep.
I don't know.
the 150, and I pick Baker, and it's a stinker. Oh, I can't do that.
No, again, this is loser mentality here, Allen. Because here's the thing. What's the guy from The Big Short? This is an investment, Allen. You're not spending 150. You are investing to then make money at the back end because you are a winner, right? When you're like me and have won multiple fantasy football leagues, I've paid for my leagues for the next 20 years.
Let me put this out there then. Sack chat, text line, give me some amounts of money that you're am I broke boy? Yes or no? Give me some amounts of money that that are typical buy-ins for you.
So just read the first 916 on the text line real quick. You can decide if you want to read that. Anyways, that was great.
Yeah, 916 says there's another reason you get text from your random buddy, but the last one is a bit more morbid. Okay,
let's say funerals.
Yes, funerals. So March Madness, fantasy football, and future funeral, an upcoming funeral.
Yeah, that's usually the 3 reasons. Or your birthday. Let's say your birthday.
That's right.
There's always some people.
916-339-1140 is 150 a little steep for a fantasy buy-in, for a fantasy football, whatever. It could be fantasy baseball, whatever. Is 150 a little steep, or am I broke boy?
I like just doing it for nothing. I like it for the fun of the game.
That is the most this is what I'm talking about, man.
Look,
this is what I'm talking about.
It's not like I'm a broke boy loser. I actually win my fantasy leagues.
But you win nothing.
No, but I do. I would rather play for nothing, but I am the good soldier. I play along with my friends. And like I said, when you've won 3 times, you've paid for your league for the next 15 years. You don't have to worry about it. It's an investment, Allen. We got to change your mindset. You are investing in your daughter's future.
No. But that's the thing. And Peg is saying how many teams? Yeah, my problem is 150 to win 650. That's not getting. I feel like I'm in Shark Tank. I feel like I'm Mr. Wonderful or Mark Cuban. 150 to win 650. I'm not getting out of bed.
Yeah, I don't understand how that math is mathing, because that means there's only 4.3 people in your league. If it's an all or nothing league, I mean, I'm guessing.
going to text them during the break and say, I am not a $150 buy-in. The winner needs to walk away with $1,000, or let's just drop it to 150.
I just need to know how many people are, because if it's 6 people in your league, then I can be like, okay, 650 to the winner, second place gets 150 back, third place gets 100 or something. That makes sense. But if there's 10 people in your league, then yeah, I don't know how this math is mathing.
I don't think it's 10 yet, but I'm going to tell them I will not pay. I'm going to sound like broke boy, but I'm going to say I need $1,000. I need $1,000 payout. 916 says from West Sac, Noah, $100 is perfect. Second place gets their money back. Another 916 says, I wish I could find people that would pay $150. I'm stuck in $20 leagues. Look, $20, yeah, that's kind of broke boy. But I'm saying we can find a median between $20 leagues and $150.
Okay, so here's my example. My biggest one as of right now, we're debating it right now, but it's currently at 75. Should I push for lower, or should I say 75 is about good?
I think 75 is fine.
Okay. I don't know what the rules are with some of that stuff, but I feel like I would rather play in a $20 league than a $150 if that's the two choices.
Well, it depends. And now it goes into $20 to win 100 versus 150 to win, or I don't know if that math is correct, but $20 to win whatever, 200, or 150 to win 650. At 150, I need $1,000, bro.
Okay.
That's how I feel.
916 on the text line is saying theirs is 100, 12 people, all or nothing, you get 1,200.
That's what I'm talking about.
But again, to my point, if I were playing in that league, I would have already won $3,600.
What does that have to do with anything?
But I'm saying,
you just want to tell us that you've won your league 3 times.
I mean, I do love saying it, but my point is, Alan, all you have to, this is all a moot point as long as you win. If you win, you've just covered. If you win,
$650 ain't getting me out of bed.
But again, if you win the grand, let's say,
I'm going to send this text now.
You're set for the next 6 years. Just take that money, put it in a little.
It's $675 actually. Oh, here you go. Oh, I forgot. Okay, hold on.
Oh, here.
Okay. I will remath this on the other side. I left out a very important note, and also De'Aaron Fox being disrespected. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and a member FDIC.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khtk.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
High Voltage Live boxing action returns to the venue on September 6th as Uppercut Promotions presents 6 big fights featuring undefeated fighters. Thunder Showdown September 6th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets at Ticketmaster. Fight cards subject to change.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
All right. Reading is very important, okay? Reading is as I was typing 675 doesn't get me out of bed, I left out a very important piece to this conversation, to the payout. And that piece is that if you've played FanDuel before, the winner, there are weekly payouts. That's the kicker. So basically the pot is split between weekly payouts and winning the league. So in theory, if you won every week, right, it's $37 a week when you win. So the payout, technically, if you won every single week and then won the big prize, you'd win $1,300. So it's $150 with the chance to win $1,300 or
$1,350. $1,350
because
it's 9 people.
Exactly. Now that gets me out of bed.
What? You just got to win 5 weeks and you've made your money back?
Yes, and then that would put you in a pretty darn good position to win the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Sorry
so you're
to
back in.
Yeah, I'm back in. Sorry to my group. I hope they're not listening.
So you just spent 6 minutes yelling at them about stealing your money, and now all of a sudden you hear there's weekly $30 payouts, and you're like, "Yep, we're back, baby."
37.
Oh,
now I'm back in.
Sorry, 37. You only got to win basically 3 weeks.
Yeah. Now I'm back in.
They reeled you back in, Allen.
Now I'm back in, but I am out on NBA 2K's rating. For
Senor
one, thank
segue
you.
strikes again.
For one, De'Aaron Fox.
That was a good one.
I never thought I would be the one out of all the people in the world. I never thought I'd be the one having to defend De'Aaron Fox. Okay? I never thought it would have to be me. But NBA 2K is being downright disrespectful to Swiper. Here are the list of 85 overalls on NBA 2K. Porzingis, OG Anunoby, Scotty Barnes.
Okay, that's the first one I feel like is better than Fox, or at least as good.
DeMar DeRozan.
Wow.
Austin Reeves.
Wow.
And Zach LaVine. Let's go to 86.
So these are better than De'Aaron Fox.
Yes, De'Aaron Fox is an 85 overall.
So these players you're about to name are better than De'Aaron.
De'Aaron is an 85 overall, but he comes in the ranking list at 48. And funny enough, Zach LaVine comes in at 47. Both 85s, but Zach LaVine is ranked a slot above or a slot in front of De'Aaron Fox, which is, hey, Vivek's out there smiling somewhere. I told you.
We won the trade, baby.
We won the trade. What I try to tell you.
And we also got Nick Clifford and 48 games of Valanciunas and Laravia.
I try to tell you. All right, 86. Julius Randle, Franz Wagner, Jamal Murray.
Damn, that's crazy. Jamal Murray.
Tyrese Maxey. And at number 42, Tyler Hero. At number 41, coming in at an 87 overall, Amen Thompson. Are you kidding me with this? Are you absolutely? Look, from the Kings' perspective, the Kings, I think they're in pretty good spots. You got DeMar at 50, Zach LaVine at 47. They're 85s overall. That's the best way to explain the Kings, by the way. An 85 overall. That's what they are.
In NBA 2K.
An 85 overall.
Just a bunch of 85s.
Just a bunch of 85s. That's it. But I look, man, the De'Aaron Fox thing, it didn't work out. But Austin Reeves, I mean, the Zach LaVine thing, I got to be careful because he's a Sacramento King, but Austin Reeves, DeMar DeRozan, De'Aaron Fox, Julius Randle, better than De'Aaron. I guess Franz Wagner, are we doing this based on ceiling?
I mean, Julius Randle had a good season last year.
Jamal Murray plays 4 games a season and then plays in the playoffs.
Jamal Murray is crazy. Jamal Murray being better than De'Aaron Fox is like, because we've talked about before, those point guards like 7 through 15 are all very similar. Jamal Murray's the one I know for sure is not as good as De'Aaron Fox. That I feel very confident in.
And somebody else somebody on the Sac Chat, Seekins says, well, Fox that must be pretty bad because his other attributes must stink because he's like a 99 for speed because they average all this stuff out.
Yeah.
So his other attributes must be pretty his shooting must be pretty bad.
Yeah, his defensive rating must have gone down or something. I wish I could see what he was in like prior versions of the game, but it's not that easy now because NBA 2K updates their ratings every 5 days now. So it's like, hey, De'Aaron's an 85 right now, but 2 good weeks with Wemby, and all of a sudden he's an 88.
Amen Thompson is an 87, okay? And then here comes the rest of the 87s. All right, man, this is Jimmy Butler, 87, fine, whatever. Derek White, 87. Can we stop this? I am actually done with Derek White. I'm done with Derek White. I don't want to hear about his podcast. I don't want to see Derek White until he is. I cannot wait to watch Derek White this season as a number 2 option. It's getting ridiculous.
You're ready to see Derek White prove himself.
I'm ready to see. Enough with this. Hey, these third options are better than these first, second options. These third options are really good teams are better than these first, second options on teams that aren't put together correctly. This is crazy, man. This is crazy now.
What's going to happen if Derek White is an all-star next year?
Then I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
It could happen.
Yeah, I'll shut up.
But that's going to be weird, right? If Derek White ends up being an all-star.
Derek White, 87. Zubac, 87. Zion, 87. Darius Garland, 87. LaMelo Ball, 87. Şengün, 87. Sabonis, 87. So Zubac, Şengün, Sabonis, all 87.
But not De'Aaron Fox.
Chet Holmgren, 88. Are you kidding me, Mr. Oxtail?
No. Let's not do that to the big oxtail. I mean,
okay, third option, maybe fourth option on his team. Maybe fourth option on his team. By the way,
sure. The team that just checking real quick won the freaking championship. Like, okay, third option on a champion is different than first.
Hold on now. let's not lose a plot here. 209 says, I would absolutely take Reeves over Fox without question. You are big tripping.
Yeah,
we got the big Amish, we got big butter, and you, 209, you are big tripping. Stop it.
That's a Fox hater, though.
Stop it.
That's got to be a Fox hater.
Look, people call me a Fox hater, but this is it's getting ridiculous.
Well, sure, but you're also on the radio. Like you,
I can't believe I have to defend De'Aaron Fox today. I can't believe it.
Over the big oxtail?
Big oxtail. Who else was and look, and my guy Tyrese Maxey, okay, that's fine. Okay, we don't mind that one.
Look, all those point guards are fairly similar. I get it, but like I know Jamal Murray, LaMelo Ball, and Darius Garland are not better than De'Aaron Fox.
The LaMelo Ball thing, and we talked about this yesterday. Yeah, I don't really want to let that. I'm not letting it slide. They have LaMelo Ball 35th ranking. And he's another 87. Domantas Sabonis, by the way, is ahead of Zubac and Şengün. He's ranked 33, even though they're all 87s. He's ranked 33. And then Damian Lillard at 32, Chet at 31. But the LaMelo Ball thing, I completely disagree with that. I just don't really have the energy, and it's just he looks like a video game player. He looks like somebody created him. Right? That he just looks like he's from a video game anyway. So I'm not even counting him as a real human at this point. But Derek White, we got to stop with this, man. We got to stop with this Derek White just ridiculousness. Jamal Murray is still living off that one ring. Okay. Tyrese Maxey, I don't know why they have Tyrese Maxey ranked higher than De'Aaron Fox. I liked Tyrese Maxey based on his ceiling more than De'Aaron Fox. Tyler Hero at an 86. I mean, they just threw every Kentucky guard in the 85, 86 range. And Austin Reeves, who, don't get me wrong, De'Aaron Fox is ranked one spot higher than Austin Reeves, but they're both 85s. So I did not think I would have to defend De'Aaron Fox today, but Austin Reeves over who? He's not even a number two. He's never been a number two option. He's never been a number two option. We're not talking number one. He's never been a number two option. Austin Reeves. On the other side, Bill Barnwell says the 49ers are most likely to improve their win total from 2025. Austin Reeves, down South Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Summer's wrapping up and life is picking back up. Early mornings, long days, and a to-do list that doesn't quit. And neither should you. Who has time to slow down due to body pain? That's why there's Aleve to keep you going. With just one pill, Aleve delivers longer-lasting body pain relief per dose compared to other leading OTC-branded pain relievers. Aleve helps you keep moving from sunup to sundown with up to 12 hours of pain relief per dose, so you can keep moving and be ready for whatever's next. Use as directed.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Time now for your Sacktown Sports 49ers report, brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, conveniently located beside the Vacaville outlets. Jake Moody hit a walk-off game-winning 59-yard field goal on Saturday as the 49ers beat Las Vegas 22-19. Moody had 5 field goals on the afternoon. Brock Purdy played, and he was 5 of 7 for 66 yards in the opening series. 49ers play their final preseason game this Saturday. Listen right here at 5:30 p.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584. 800-406-1584.
Priority Tax Relief. KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
530 says Fox is a mediocre player at best. You gotta get that hate out your heart, man. That's just not true. Look, I'm the one who said he's not going to be a number one player on a championship team, nor does he want to be a number one player on a championship team. I said that on the air. I just said it right now. But mediocre? Mediocre? You're calling him what Michael Crabtree was, according to Richard Sherman?
Sorry, you know what?
Mediocre at best? Come on, man. Come on. Speaking of some NFL, Bill Barnwell has Niners fans and Raiders fans feeling pretty good about their chances. Well, I guess it depends on what you consider an improvement. Okay, specifically if you are the Raiders, the Niners with 6 wins in 2024 and the Raiders with 4 wins in 2024. It won't take a lot for these teams to improve, but that's exactly what Bill Barnwell of ESPN believes they will do. He has a list of teams most likely to improve in the 2025 season, and he's got the Niners, the Bears, the Giants, the Jaguars, and the Raiders. Can we talk about Ashton Genty real quick? Just truck sticking. Oh, the Niners, they're ridiculous defense, Diamador Lenoir. Can we talk about Ashton Genty just truck sticking fools?
And gained like 1 yard after that.
No.
But he still trucked someone.
Can we talk about Ashton Genty and put some respect on his name, man? The dude is in Applebee's commercials, okay? The dude is out here showing us what this offense in a dome with Geno and Brock Bowers, okay, and Jacoby Myers and Dante Thornton. The dude is showing us, look, man, I'm just excited for Ashton Jeanty.
Hey, man, let's also remember they have an excellent play caller, right?
That's
Who's gonna
right.
be able to carry them, and never mind, it's Chip Kelly.
No, it is. No, hold on. Sometimes it takes a while for guys to find their footing in this league, and that's exactly what the Raiders are going to do. Okay?
Sometimes it takes people a while to find their footing, unless they're Ashton Jeanty, who's going to immediately be awesome.
Well, he is. Okay? And, I mean, look, I thought the Josh Jacobs thing, I really didn't love how that ended. Raider fans, it felt like Josh Jacobs wanted to remain a Raider. It didn't work out. Look, we're happy for him out there in Green Bay. It's nowhere near the trail that Devontae Adams left, who, by the way, is still talking about the Raiders. Get over it, Devontae. Okay? And you know what it is? Devontae's from the Bay. And I think it hurt him that it didn't work out. And now he's in L.A. I saw him wearing an L.A. hat. It's disgusting. It is disgusting.
Devontae is also just kind of an insane person.
He's wearing. He is doing photo bombs with Aaron Rodgers on Kay Adams' show. Oh, it's going to be great in New York, and then it doesn't work out in New York. Then he's in L.A. He's still talking about the Raiders. He just doesn't want to seem. He doesn't want to come off like a bad guy. Just let it go, Devontae. It didn't work. And now Jimmy Garoppolo is still your QB, by the way, even though I saw Matthew Stafford was out there throwing. But, you know, the long list of Raider players that they've left, and it hasn't necessarily been the prettiest breakup. All I know is I'm looking forward to Ashton Jeanty, Brock Bowers, and the crew. That's all I care about right now. All right? And Bill Barnwell has some things to say about the Niners. Both teams on Bill Barnwell's list of teams that will improve in 2025. And Kyle has this note. He does this column every year, Bill Barnwell does. He's 31 of 38 in terms of predicting teams improving correctly. Now, it is smart to go with the team that won 4 games. I got to be honest with you. I was double-checking this during the break. Did not realize the Raiders only won 4 games. It felt like they won more than 4 games. But the Raiders only won 4. It's pretty bad. Okay? So all you got to do is win 5, and Bill Barnwell looks like a genius. Here are some of the reasons Bill Barnwell thinks that the Raiders will improve. QB coach upgrades. They go from Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew to Geno Smith and and they go from Antonio Pierce to Pete Carroll, and they add Chip Kelly as well, raises their floor. The quarterback efficiency gap. Smith is far more accurate than what the Raiders have had. That should open up more production for playmakers like Brock Bowers and Jacoby Myers. The run game upgrade, drafting Ashton Jeanty, described as a major improvement over last year's running back group. That was the year after Josh Jacobs left. So it was a bit in limbo. The turnover margin regression. Their minus 16 or negative 16 turnover margin was near the bottom of the league, and historically teams in that range improved their win totals by around 2.5 wins the next season. Fumble recovery luck. They had one of the worst fumble recovery rates ever recorded at 24.2%. History shows that teams with that kind of bad luck almost always bounce back next year, and that's worth around 2 wins on average. What was it, Kyle? 6.5 for the Raiders? Was it even that high? Was it 5.5?
I don't remember. It was 6.5.
Hammer. Put together, the argument is that while the Raiders aren't suddenly a Super Bowl contender, the combination of coaching stability, a competent veteran QB, better running back talent, and regression to the mean in turnover fumbles should make them at least a middle-of-the-pack team instead of a cellar dweller. Hammer it. Hammer. We need a gavel, Kyle. Whenever we're talking about this, we need a gavel sound. We can grab one of those. But I'm in with Bill. I'm in with Bill Barnwell. Give me the over the 6.5. I don't know how they get there. I do not care. Give me The Raiders.
You believe.
I believe. I have no choice because they're not going to be bad enough to get whoever the top quarterback is coming out. It's not Arch yet, right? Arch has another year.
He could come out if he wanted to, but I don't think he's going to. He's going to keep getting that NIL money.
Okay, so
Lenore Sellers.
That is where the Raiders are at. This is what Bill Barnwell has to say about the 49ers improving on their win total, which again, let's not get this thing confused. The Niners win total is at 10.5. The Niners only won 6 games last season.
So all they have to do is get 7.
And Bill would be correct.
Yes.
Right? I'm not going to say the Raiders were a safe pick, but I would say that the Niners, that's probably the safest pick Bill could cook up.
A lot of these are relatively safe.
Bad injury luck last year, unlucky with special teams. They also had bad luck recovering fumbles. They have the easiest schedule in the league this year. The players they lost in free agency aren't that critical to their success. And, of course, the return of the prodigal son, Robert Saleh. I do wonder, and this just popped into my head, the coaches that try the head coaching thing and then have to go back to the coordinator life, how long it takes them to take another swing at it. Do they get another swing at it? Robert Saleh, and it's really important. Look, I know they'll say, hey, there's only 30 of these jobs, whatever it is, in any of the pro sports. You do have to be careful which one you take. You really do. It's hard to, I'm not saying I would say no to anything, but you really do, because Robert Saleh goes to New York. It's kind of a disaster. Now he goes back to the Niners. I don't know how long it'll take him to get to that point where he's a hot name again. If he would take another job, I don't know.
Hey, that psycho Ben Johnson turned down multiple jobs before finally getting to the Bears. And that was his first job. That wasn't even his second. I know a bunch of people turned down interviews with the Texans over the years. A bunch of people turned down interviews with the Cardinals. So it's not like people around the league are just like, we'll take any job and go with it. But to your point, Saleh. Some are. What's the guy in Jacksonville right now? Duval, Mr. Duval. That guy, he'll take any job, but the rest of these guys are pretty good. I think Dan Quinn rejected a couple interviews before.
Liam Cohen.
Yeah, Liam. Old boy Liam. I actually did know his name, but I just thought it would be funnier to be Mr. Duval. We got to have that drop somewhere in here. I don't know why we haven't pulled that up yet. But anyways, I think Saleh probably is not first on the top of a lot of lists, but he was also, by the way, he was also considered for that Jacksonville job, and ultimately he didn't get it. I don't think he wanted it, but
he didn't want Duval.
He didn't want to go to Duval, so even he was, a little bit pickier coming out of the Jets firing situation.
Yeah, so I'm with Bill on both of these simply because they are kind of the easier picks. Let's look at some of the other teams. He says the Bears. What did the Bears win? How many? What? 3, 4, 5? Okay, so Bears need 6. The Giants, they were 3-4 team. That's pretty safe as well. And the Jaguars, I don't know if the Jaguars are ever safe, but the Jaguars won 4 games. And by the way, can we just say, I know nobody talks about him the same way. Kyle, you're just all over Justin Herbert, but this is also it for Trevor Lawrence, by the way.
No,
I'm done.
Not.
No. I am done with Trevor. I wanted Sunshine to work. I liked him coming out of Clemson. He was going to be the number 1 overall pick from the minute he stepped on Clemson's campus as a freshman, but the brother just might not be good at football.
No, it's not.
This is it for me.
This is not it. You know why it's not it?
I got a whole list of who this is it for.
You know why it's not it? Because I'm looking at his contract.
No, it's not it for the Jaguars. It's it for me.
He's got 4 years left. You know what? So he's going to keep trotting out there every year for the next 4 years. Same thing as Kyler Murray, right? You still think this is the year Kyler Murray's going to – you've finally given up on Kyler Murray.
No, I'm done with Kyler Murray.
But again,
and us Zonts got to stick together. But, and whenever I see the memes and people making fun of his size, I'm thinking, man, leave Kyler alone. But he kind of stinks. So
no, but then
whatever.
you come around to that year and it's just like, hey, Allen, it's Kyler Murray.
No, I'm done.
It's time. This is the year.
No, okay, fine. I'll give him one more. Kyler gets one more year.
But he's had one more year, 4 years in a row.
No, not for me. Kyler gets one more year because he has depressed value. People aren't still trying to put him in conversations, which is why I'm not really, and Trevor gets one more year because he's just so overpaid that he gets one more year. So Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, and Kyler gets one more because he's my 5'8", 5'9" brother.
He's your Zont King.
Yes, that's right. But Kyler is close too.
Sure. You're putting them all in the same group.
They're all in the same group.
One more year.
This is it. Okay. It's a Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. You're out here winning 4 games in the AFC South. Can we be actually serious? You're playing the Colts, okay, who just named Daniel Jones their starting quarterback. Are you actually trying to win? Do you actually care about football? Anybody in that organization?
The Jaguars are very funny, but also, like, I don't want to skip past the fact that they fired their coach, tried to hire a bunch of coaches who said, we don't want to work with Trent Baalke, then fired Trent Baalke and let the new coach, Liam Cohen, who had never been a coordinator 1 year ago, they let him pick the new general manager, and all of a sudden that's going to fix Trevor Lawrence. I don't want to put this.
See what you're doing?
I'm already making excuses for Trevor Lawrence,
yeah, that's what you're doing.
He deserves it. Yes, he deserves all the excuses.
All you do is create excuses for quarterbacks. I am from a time in the 90s. No, hold on. In the 90s, you know what quarterbacks did? They won football games. We didn't complain about, the GM is this and Urban Meyer is at a bar with some young lady. There's none of that. You just go out there and win football games.
Urban Meyer's kicking his kicker.
Yeah. And Urban Meyer is inappropriate and then goes back to Fox Sports. It's none of that. You go out there, you get paid your money, and you win football games.
Back in my day when my ball coach harassed people, there's
no time for this. There's no time for, hey, is everything going to be okay? No. Trevor Lawrence has argued, if it wasn't for Deshaun Watson, Trevor Lawrence would have the worst contract in football. And it doesn't matter. Look, man. And I know the offensive piece, and now he's got the wide receiver, Brian Thomas, who balled out for him last season. Joe Burrow, they're active. The Bengals are actively trying to ruin their season, and Joe Burrow is fighting through that. They drafted him, let him tear his ACL. Then he said, okay, I'll still take you to the Super Bowl. And now they're actively having him hunted down like it's the Hunger Games in preseason. And Joe Burrow is still putting up MVP numbers. And Trevor Lawrence can't win 5 games in the AFC South. And Justin Herbert can't get to the playoffs with Jim Harbaugh, who's making Trey Lance look like Josh Allen. Give me a break with these guys.
They did make the playoffs last year. The Chargers did. They just
2 years ago.
No, they just got smoked out by the Texans last year.
Oh, well, okay,
no one remembers. Yeah. No one remembers.
Well, then they wasted everybody's time.
2 years ago was when Brandon Staley was still there, and they lost 63
and
to
you got a guy doing yoga on the sidelines. It's just peculiar. Just figure out a way to win games.
There just terrible. Just terrible. I mean, Justin Herbert is awesome. Trevor Lawrence is not as awesome, but
he's not. There are new sheriffs in town. Okay, there are Bo Nixes running around. There are Drake Mays running around. There are real deal quarterbacks. You got
Daniels. Jones.
No, not Daniel Jones. You got Jaden Daniels running around. His mom is behind him, but you got Jaden Daniels running around. You got CJ Stroud not making excuses, and he literally had no wide receivers, 0
or offensive line.
And now he loses. Michi the 3. Michi 3. Mechie. I call him Michi 3. Now you lost him to the Eagles. Okay, and these guys win ball games, and you're going to talk to me, and they're all getting paid less than Sunshine Trevor Lawrence, and you're going to try to put it on. Trent Baalke's faulty. I don't care. I'm done with Trevor Lawrence. You got one more year, brother.
Trevor Lawrence has won a playoff game.
You got one more year.
And I know that's not saying a lot, but that is more than Justin Herbert has won.
Well, they're both your guys. Kyle loves the quarterback. Kyle loves giving quarterbacks excuses.
Yes, I do. I love pointing out just how awful these organizations. Why is it that worst organization, I guess there's a lot of them, but the worst organizations just fall into great quarterbacks and just don't know what to do with them. I know it's a metaphor for the Sacramento Kings, but still, why do these the Houston Texans were run like garbage for 4 years. They had the team pastor as the general manager, and they fell into CJ Stroud. Like, why do these bad organizations that can't make quarterbacks good have to have these terrible I get so lucky as to land generational quarterbacks?
And by the way, and I've already said this before, if you've been listening to the show, thank you for listening. If you're new to the show, Tua, don't
worry, Alan, we're all done with Tua.
I don't know, man. I think there was a random Dolphins fan that would try to talk me into Tua. Please don't waste your time. Okay, we already had a texter ruin the baby surprise for Carmichael Dave. Do not try to talk to me about Tua. Turn the ball over. We're not doing the Tua thing.
Don't worry, Alan. I think we're all done with Tua at this point.
We're not. Listen, seconds 4 on the sack chat. Steve Young, Troy Aikman, Brett Favre, John Elway, 90s QBs. These guys just won.
Jay Fiedler.
These guys won.
Stan Humphries.
And Kyle wants to sit here and give excuses to Trevor Lawrence, who makes $55 million a year, whatever it is. This is ridiculous, Kyle. Come on. And now Anthony Richardson, who is.
Do we want to do that?
Anthony Richardson. Oh, I can throw a ball 80 yards for my knees. Yeah, brother, but you can't throw to an open receiver.
By the way, since we're here, what a time that was in the NFL. I kind of put together a list of who are all the quarterbacks that Josh Allen got paid, because some dumb teams believed if they can do that with Josh Allen, I can do that with another guy. And all of them, other than Jalen Hurts, which is a little weird, all of them just complete flops. Trey Lance, Malik Willis, Jalen Milroe right now with the Seahawks would have been a top 10 pick 3 years ago. Just all of those Anthony Richardson proteges just ruined teams.
And then we got to deal with the Joe Milton hype train out of Dallas.
Okay, that one we can ignore.
No, because I almost believed in Joe Milton.
Hendon Hooker.
Oh, no, hold on. Hendon Hooker, there's still an opportunity, okay?
No, there is not.
Take me back to the days of J.T. Barrett, Braxton Miller. These were real college quarterbacks
who couldn't play in the NFL. But here's the thing. At some point, we joke, but at some point, these guys actually thought they may be college quarterbacks, but they're also going to work in the NFL. And yeah, for Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray, sure. But then they were like, but what if Anthony Richardson and what if Trey Lance and those physical gifts? What if they didn't work in college but would work in the NFL?
And I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the Ohio State QB that won the whole thing. Give me back to the days of Cardale Jones. That's what I want, okay? He played 4 games and decided, I'm leaving. We're not here to play school.
No.
Remember when he said that?
Well, by the way, you mentioned JT Barrett. Do you know where he is now? He's a quarterbacks coach in the NFL.
Where?
Caleb Williams and the Bears.
Hey, now that's what I like. Now I believe, okay? Now I believe. I'm kidding.
Turning a corner here. So yeah, anyways, Josh Allen created a small window of time where I call them the guys who will get coaches fired and general managers fired. I think Anthony Richardson is the last of these that are going to get picked in the top 10. But man, what a stretch it was. People tried to gaslight me into thinking Malik Willis was going to be a top 5 pick in the NFL draft. What a time that was.
916 says Brock Purdy is better than Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence. Both. Mr. Irrelevant, last pick of the draft. Man, I am not disagreeing with you on Trevor Lawrence. And I don't even really like Justin Herbert. But there's just this small part of me that can't move past the ulterior universe or alternate universe where Justin Herbert is on the Niners. And if I could move past that, I could agree with 916, but I can't move past that yet. because I just think that Justin Herbert would be ridiculous on the Niners. And I don't know what Brock would look like on the Chargers. But I'm close, 916. If this season, if Brock is making Ricky Pearsall look like a number one and fellow Zont Jacob Cowing, then and Justin Herbert don't get anywhere in the playoffs, I'll do it. Okay? I will do it. 916. Now we're just naming random college quarterbacks. Kellen Moore,
who can't play in the NFL.
Kellen Moore is another guy who I feel like missed his I'm the hot, sexy coaching pick. I feel like he missed that.
What do you mean? He's a coach now.
No. I know that, but I do still think he waited a little long.
You mean until he got fired by the Cowboys?
He moved on. What did he go to? The Chargers and then the Eagles, right?
Well, then he got fired by the Chargers because Staley gave up 63 points to Aiden O'Connell.
That's not his fault.
No, it's not his fault.
And then he goes to the Eagles, and now he's with the Saints. I just don't trust the Saints.
But it's also my point is that the problem is the Chargers. The Chargers will swallow good talent. 30
minutes left in the show. 916-339-1140. Number one, fried butter or fried Snickers. We talked about that earlier. And then number two, what is an appropriate amount of money for a buy-in for a fantasy league? And number three, just give us random college quarterbacks that you thought were going to be good at football in the NFL. I want the most random. 30 more minutes with you. When we return, Lawrence Butler does not give a bleep. Okay, we're also discussing Elliot Ramos Gate, getting mad at San Francisco Giants fans for showing up to the game. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Sacramento basketball is back. With off-season acquisitions and a retooled Kings roster under new head coach Doug Christie, we're proud to cheer on the Beam team for another exciting season. Don't miss opening night at Golden One Center on Friday, October 24th, when the Kings take on the Utah Jazz. Tickets for all games are on sale now, so be sure to get yours to see Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, and all your Sacramento Kings. Head to kings.com/tickets to secure your seats now.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Honda Summer Event and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. See all our specials at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Get ready to jam at the ballpark on Saturday, September 6th. River Cats Baseball celebrates Grateful Dead Night at Sutter Health Park. A night of good vibes, great baseball, and even better company. Join us for a celebration filled with themed entertainment, classic Deadhead energy, and a live ball game under the lights. Whether you're a lifelong fan or just love a night of music and fun, this is one you don't want to miss. Come dressed in your favorite tie-dye, bring your crew, and soak up the scene as we honor one of the most iconic bands in music history. Secure your seats now for River Cats Grateful Dead Night at rivercats.com.
Hey, it's Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call downtown. DTLA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. And visit them at calldowntown.com. Text charges may apply.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Discover Terra Madre Americas, one of the world's most exciting food events, coming to Northern California for the first time this September 26th through 28th. Dig into good, clean, and fair food for all with chefs Alice Waters, Sean Sherman, and Jeremiah Tower. Hear music from The War on Drugs, Spoon, Big Head Todd and the Monsters, Jade Bird, and Passion Pit Solo Acoustic. Savor the journey of Terra Madre Americas, only in Sacramento. Details on TerraMadreUSA.com. Terra Madre Americas is supported by Sacramento International Airport and brought to you by Slow Food and Visit Sacramento.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
More injury news for the 49ers. Running back Patrick Taylor Jr. will miss the entire 2025 NFL season with a shoulder injury that will require surgery. It's pretty crazy right now, man. I'm just looking at their running back room.
They only have one.
Christian McCaffrey.
That's it right now.
Isaac Guerrero injured, Jordan James injured, and Keyshawn Vaughn. Okay, that's where this thing is at. I got another one I thought would pop. Taj Boyd, Clemson.
What a fun game this is. AJ McCarron, remember him?
AJ McCarron.
He was still hanging around longer than I thought.
He actually kind of did okay for himself.
Yeah, he was in the UFL at one point.
Felt like he was on the Bengals for 20 years.
Yeah, the winner of this game right now in the NFL, did you see it? Stetson Bennett still hanging around in the NFL, I think is hilarious because he just took a year off and no one explained why. Then he came back, and now he's like the third stringer on the Rams at this point. Like
it feels like he's been on the Rams forever.
Yeah, and again, he should just leave, go sell used cars or new cars in Georgia. You're going to be a legend there for the rest of your life.
He threw a frozen rope in that preseason game.
Well, the one that got intercepted?
No. It was a touchdown.
Okay, he did have a touchdown, but I was talking about the one where the big dude, like 280 pounds, was dropping back into coverage and intercepted a pass from Stetson.
He's got to be better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Stetson? Yeah. Hey, look, the one thing you can't say about Jimmy G is you're expecting him to play 16 games, so we might see Stetson at some point this season.
916 says Tebow had a memorable playoff game. That game-winning touchdown was awesome. That was Demaryius Thomas, RIP. That's from the 916. Yeah, Tebow, he's Tebow.
Yeah,
he's Tebow.
That's the problem. Like, if you are a Heisman Trophy winner, like, I feel like you're a little too good. Like, Cardale Jones is a funny name because he won that one random championship.
Yeah.
I feel like if you won a Heisman Trophy, you're like a college football legend at that point.
Yeah, I'm looking here at some of these other names. We're getting more recent now, but listen to this group. 2019 Heisman finalists: Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts at Oklahoma, Justin Fields, and Chase Young.
Yeah. Well, see, this is the thing, though, is like now, like back in the day, it was like you were really good in college and didn't work out in the NFL, right? There's a bunch of those guys. Now what NFL teams have decided, though, is like, no, if you're really good in college, we'll make the scheme work for you in the NFL. Yeah. The problem now is that NFL teams have said, what if you're bad in college, but will be good in the NFL?
That's just their new thing.
Yeah. What if you stunk in college, but will be good?
Well, it's the ceiling conversation, right? That's what they try to do with certain NBA players. Hey, well, it's not that they were bad, but we think he's going to project differently because of the constraints that coaches will put on teams in college ball. So we think that he actually projects it. That just happened with who the Spurs took. We just had that article, one of those articles, or it was a profile on who the Spurs took.
Carter Bryant.
Carter Bryant didn't score that much in college, but he projects as a guy that is going to be able to spread his wings in the NBA. That it doesn't happen. I don't know who told these scouts. Yeah, that's going to happen in the NFL too.
It does happen at other positions, right? I can't remember who the edge rusher was that had like 5 total sacks in college and then ended up being a star or something. Like, it happens at other positions, just usually doesn't happen at quarterback, right?
Right.
Josh Allen, it happened to, but the thing that people overlook with Josh Allen is that dude went to junior college and grew 6 inches. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden is like, oh, now you're a 6'3" quarterback instead of a 5'7" quarterback. Now you can be a first-round pick in the NFL. With quarterbacks, people thought they could do with Josh Allen, and you're just not that smart and not that good at your job.
Yeah. Or Josh Allen is is not something that happens very often.
Yes, that is correct. Which, by the way, the Seahawks, if it's a 4th round pick, it's fine, right? Hendon Hooker, you take him in the 6th round, who cares? Jalen Milroe, you take him in the 3rd round, the back of the 3rd round anyways, whatever, if Milroe doesn't work out, you just move on to the next one. What was so funny was that stretch of like 4 years where people were, the Niners, chief among them, were trading multiple 1st round picks to try and get these projects.
All right, Kyle, it's before the show ends, we need to run our tankathon.
Yes, let's do it.
Didn't move. Stayed at 8.
8.
Stayed at 8. Washington jumps up 1. Brooklyn jumps up 1. Memphis, via the Phoenix pick, jumps up 3 to 4. Utah still didn't get it, though. So
it's never going to work for them. They're the new Pistons. Never going to work out.
Kyle, do we have that sound? Lawrence Butler. And I don't know when we're going to find out whether I haven't seen anything from kind of the big names in Major League Baseball. But Lawrence Butler is definitely getting fined for this, and he clearly doesn't care. Here it is.
If you were commissioner for a day, is there anything you'd look to see change in the game?
ABS. I'm fed up with the umpires. I've had enough with the umpires. They miss too many calls both ways. They call strikes, balls, strikes.
Do you want like all
robotic?
I want
the challenge system, because
like 2 challenges a game.
Yeah, 3, just like they do it in AAA. Because if you look at AAA, the umpires are a little bit more cautious of what pitches they call, because they know a pitcher or hitter might challenge it and it might embarrass them. So like they might be a little bit more cautious to pull that trigger. And I feel like up here they don't give a.
That ending gets me every time. I think it's really fascinating, the human element of bringing in a machine. So shout out River Cats. I'll be there tonight. I can't have any more mac and cheese, though. I probably shouldn't. I want to, but I probably shouldn't.
It's not cheap.
No, well, I know people, but I'm not going to do it anyway. There is something to be said when you're at those River Cats games and there is a call that an ump makes. Literally, when it gets challenged, it jumps up on the screen, on the big screen. The strike zone pops up. The rectangle strike zone pops up, and it shows where the ball landed. Now, sometimes it's close, right? And when it's close, okay, cool. It could have went either way. It barely grazed it, right? But the player taps the helmet. You see it pop up on the screen. And there are times when that ball ain't nowhere near the strike zone, and you can hear the fans kind of laughing at the umpire. Like, dude, what are you doing? Like, that was terrible.
Yeah.
And I do think that's what Lawrence Butler is talking about, look, umps will not get too caught up in what they believe to be a strike and what the actual system is, because they're not trying to get clowned. Imagine that at the MLB level, the bigs, when everybody, and I get it, the umps, they make a nice chunk of change. I think I looked it up, about 200, 300,000 a year, something like that. So they're getting paid nicely, but you have the whole ballpark making fun of you.
So this is kind of an interesting evolution that I thought of. Will the ABS system, because it's all going to just electronic strike zone, right? They're going to wear the AirPod. They're going to call a strike based on what it says type of situation. That's where it's all headed. But will introducing ABS speed up that process, because umpires are not going to want to have the accountability in real time? They'd rather just be like, whatever, we'll just wear the AirPod and call it a strike or call it a ball based on what the electronic system says every time.
So basically you
get peer pressured into just doing electronic every time.
Right. Because you know what it is? I'm going to use kind of a gambling example here, and it's not the same per se, but you know what it is? It's the difference between, and I'm going to sound real degenerate here, but hang with me. It's a difference between the roulette tables where somebody is actually spinning the ball, there's an actual dealer, versus somebody that is kind of just in charge of starting and stopping it. It's an electronic roulette system, but somebody is just kind of handling it for you, versus in Vegas, because you can't do that in California, versus in Vegas, somebody is spinning it. When somebody is spinning it, you feel, hey, roll my numbers, right? Or if you roll my numbers, I'll tip you. If you don't roll my numbers, hey, what's wrong, man? Hey, roll my numbers. In this situation with the electronic, the person is just there making sure it works correctly, right? They're just giving you the information. So there's no reason to make fun or to ridicule or anything, which how much of the umpire school, how much time is spent, and obviously there would still be out safe calls, but how much of that school is about, hey, people are going to say things to you. You got to be able to take it from behind the dish, whatever it is. How much of umpire school would change because, no, we're just kind of relaying information.
Exactly.
We're not making any calls.
That's why they've been so strident in pushing back against it over the years, is that it would fundamentally change the role of the umpire.
And if I am Major League Baseball, I'm sorry, the way it works, I don't need to pay you as much as I've been paying you. For what? You're just relaying information.
Well, then that's another conversation.
No, I'm just saying. Look, you doing less. You get paid more than paid less.
But in Vegas, the person doing the electronic machine and the person spinning it are both getting the same.
Well, I'm not tipping the person doing the electronic machine when I hit. I'm not tipping them. One more segment with you. Let's talk about Daniel Jones, and we got some more Kings talk we want to close the loop on. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure talk.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
A little help. A little help over here. Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance. What? Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers. Seriously? Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for the return of record-breaking speed. Saturday, August 23rd, the Johnny Brazil Memorial roars into Stockton 99 Speedway for a night of legendary racing. Speed Tour Super Modified, unleash mind-blowing horsepower and more. Gates at 5, racing at 7. Tickets start at just $20 at Stockton99.com. Be there.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
One more segment with you. Drive Guys coming up next. So who's here? I know it's an inside joke now. So who's here for the Drive Guys today?
Draper and Jay, I believe.
Draper and Jay? Okay. Just got to double check here.
Whitey's gone all week. Then Draper's gone the next 2 weeks. Then you're going to be gone. Then someone else is going to be doing our show.
Yeah, but my gone is different. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
they've done like 4 shows together in the last 3 months.
Yeah, my gone, I'm literally, you got to peel me off of this chair. I'm literally, if anything else, all right, you know what I typically do? I got my random Fridays that I'll pop off, got a guy's trip, or I'm at a convention or something like that. I do my Friday, maybe a Thursday, and then I'm back on Monday, man. I'm back on Monday. I'm here for y'all every single day.
See, you've also called in from golf courses before.
Even when I'm off.
Yeah, you've called. Didn't Watkins used to have that joke? Just like you can't take you away from it. You even called it.
You think I'm not? It's going to look. I'm gonna be very happy with agent number 2 and my growing family. But if you think I'm not going to be listening every single day, itching to call in, because we're going to be closer now. We tried to time it out a little bit, and we were pretty successful because we wanted to be back before the season started, and we will be. We cut it close.
I think that's about as good as you could ask for.
We would have. Well, I'm not to get in the weeds here, but we would have liked it. I would have liked to be gone now. That's what we were hoping for, but a little delayed, but not denied.
Good enough before King's season.
Exactly. We gave ourselves a window. Let's be.
Oh, that's funny.
Ahead.
I didn't realize there was that much thought that went into it because I just was like, wow, what a lucky break you had.
No. It
Not
was
like Frankie.
It was completely planned. All right. Okay. Let's do what we need to do. 916-339-1140. Kyle, you'll like this one. 209. Hey, I had an idea for the show. What if you did a segment where listeners get a minute to rant about anything, not just sports? It could be a fun mix of everyday frustrations and hot takes, kind of like a shot clock for venting. I think it would add a lot of unpredictable energy and give the audience a bigger voice. 209, I think that's a great idea until you threw out the unpredictable energy. I think that would be really hard to get approved.
Really good idea, text and YouTube. Very bad idea on the phone lines.
Yeah, the live part of it, it would really put Kyle just doesn't, look, I'll do it 209. Kyle just doesn't want to work, right? Because then, look, and we trust you guys, but you need the dump button in case any drops a bleep bomb.
But also, if we're putting a time limit on it, it's like we got to go 30 seconds, drop, 30 seconds, add, drop.
I like where your head is at, 209. The problem, look, I'm about to be gone for a month. We're going to come back, and it's literally going to be media day, and we're hitting the ground running. So that's if we're going to do, and I could be gone tomorrow. So we should have had this conversation back in May we could have had it back in April when we knew the Kings were cooked. We could have had it in March. We knew the Kings were. We could have had. Okay, I'll stop. But
we could have known it in December when they fired Mike.
We could have had it this time last year. But 209 is a great idea. How we would do that? Maybe could we do a voicemail version? You can leave voicemails at the station. We'll play the funny ones.
Yeah,
and then we would have screened it. Not as unpredictable, but unpredictable to the listeners. And again, I'm making 209 wants Kyle to earn his paycheck. That's what I'm gathering.
So we're going to set up a separate phone line where people, because like lots of podcasts do this. You can set up a voicemail line with a different phone connected to, some technology, and we can read the voicemails and things like that.
Here's what I want to know. 209, what happened? Because you don't just come up with an idea like this without something annoying you. So what happened that you want to talk about?
Here's your first test, 209. Text us what you want the subject matter to be about. Because this is the problem. We're going to have a JR or somebody call in, and they're going to ruin it for everyone. Yeah. And then we can't do it anymore.
We know something must have happened, 209. Okay, and 209 just responded. I rented an electric vehicle, and I freaking hate it. All right. And 209 would have wanted to vent about that. See, I love this because y'all listen to me complain all the time. So it's got the bones.
Now
we just have to get this through HR.
I might not love this follow-up, but why do you freaking hate the electric vehicle?
Oh, that's why they want to call in and I don't even know if they're saying them, they're saying in general. But look, whatever it is, 209, I hear you. There is nothing worse. I saw this was a big thing, Kyle, at the previous station. And the only reason I came about this is because when I was on Facebook and I saw the same day, I thought, Russell Westbrook went to some overseas team. You know how Facebook has memories. I had a memory of a complaint that I had at a restaurant in Oakland. Okay. Now, what happened was, and I can't believe I'm retelling this story. What happened was my wife and we went to the restaurant, and the waitress offered us more bread. She said, do you want more bread? And we said, oh, sure, for sure. So we got more bread. At the end of the night, right, when we're getting our check, she charged us for more bread. Even though, you go a bunch of places, you asked us for more bread.
Yeah,
I didn't say I want more bread. She didn't say it was charged. So long story short, I freaked out, not there, but on the radio, I gave this long rant about bread, and all the listeners roasted me saying we need a GoFundMe to pay for Allen's bread. And it's to this day, people are like, yo, remember that whole thing about the bread that you didn't want to pay for? But it wasn't that I didn't want to pay for it. She offered us the bread.
You didn't think that it was be charged. If they're offering for more bread, you just think it's just complimentary.
Yes, because the first bread was complimentary. Or tell us, okay, cool, that's an extra charge.
That's how they get you, Allen.
Okay, and there's a GoFundMe out there somewhere for Allen's bread from that Oakland restaurant. 209 says, I've gone to multiple stations where the chargers are broken, and some of them take way too long to charge. I was at one point moving into electrical vehicles, but the convenience is not there. That's not something I can speak on. I know Dave got a Tesla, but yeah, and I know the whole thing about California and the electric cars, and it scares me, 209. Okay, I don't have an electric car, and it's the unknown scares me, and you're not helping, 209.
Well, I understand the 209's point though, because like Dave, his electric car, you can just get the system at home, right?
Right.
If you're renting it, there's no point in getting the charging system, so you have to go to the public ones. Which
I mean, look, I see people out there in Natomas at the charging station, they look like they're sleeping in their car. You know, they're stuck there because they're charging it. I don't know how it works. They're just hanging out, charging up. Okay, maybe Draper's got something on his Benz is electric, right? Draper with the electricity, is that an issue for you? I'm just trying to figure it out, man. Draper just walked in. I'm just trying to figure it out. What's Draper saying?
Draper's got a charging system at home, so
well,
you know.
How could I miss that one? How could I miss that one?
Okay, if you own an electric car, you have to have a charging system at home, unless you're sitting in the Vaughn's parking lot all day.
No. Yeah, I've run into people. They're in the Bel Air parking lot for hours just charging it up. So I'm sorry that you dealt with that 209, and we're gonna try to figure out a way to get this thing going. Voicemails of you just ranting, and we will play the funny ones on the air. Okay, that is my job during paternity leave. I'm not supposed to be working, but I'll just be thinking about stuff. It's okay to think about stuff.
Just, it's there.
You
marinate.
That's right.
Let it marinate, and then you'll come back and it'll be King season and we won't have time for it.
That's right. We did want to spend a tiny bit of time. We're up against it here. Yeah. I always think about the Kings when I think about teams in bad situations. Who's in a worse situation? The Kings or the Colts? The Colts just named Daniel Jones their starting QB, and Anthony Richardson is not injured as I understand right now. He has been in the past. He took himself out of games. But who's in a worse situation, the Sacramento Kings or the Indianapolis Colts?
Oh, that's tough. I would not want to be a fan of the Colts right now. I'll say that. It's hard to compare sports because, the Colts are going to go 8-9, and that's just a normal thing in football.
I think that's the reason I might say the Colts are in a better spot, simply because you talk about resets in football. They got Warren from Penn State. They have some pieces.
Offensive linemen.
All you got to do is stink, right? And you'll get somebody that you can convince yourself is good. The Kings, it's not that easy in the NBA. It's more of a process.
Well, plus if I've seen Daniel Jones go to the playoffs before with bad teams. So, if it gets to the point where it's like, hey, we're 4-2 and we've got a shot at this thing, go trade for Kirko Slangs in Atlanta or something.
Okay, Kirko Chains. That is quite enough. Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason is out. Draper is in, along with Jay. Of course, we will talk to you tomorrow. Thank you to Coach Eric Martins. Thank you to Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area. For Kyle Ledbetter, I'm Allen Stiles. Until tomorrow, secure the bag like the beam. The Athletics taking on Minnesota. All I know is that the state fair in Minnesota was so big, all I know is I saw fried butter.
That's totally a thing.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you just fry a stick of butter.
Really?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever had fried butter?
I mean, you've had fried Oreos and Twinkies. That's crazy.
Different. No, that's not different. And it was a Snickers.
That's